All right. Let me just do some management of my screens real quick. I'm mostly set up right now. And when I say mostly, I just mean I have everything set up for me to be able to stream. The background is certainly not finished. But that's just because I can't find, you have no idea the absolute state of my living room because of all of the you know, all the boxes. We thought we got rid of so much stuff. And we really did. We got rid of a ton of dumb... I'm trying not to say curse words because we still got, what, a minute left? Oh no, it's 15 minutes. Dude, there was so much dumb bullshit that we have that just is in boxes that we don't actually need or care about. But here we are. You know what? Let me tell you something. Getting unbanned from Twitter was the worst possible thing for me because I see stuff right as I start stream. Oh, wrong one. That one. I see stuff as soon as I start streaming. And I hated it, and I still hate the thing where that people will do it where they, you know, open up stream and they go over their Twitter replies for a long time. And I've done that before, and it's not a good look. It's really cringe. But this guy, I'm a proud gay for Gaza. I'll stand by those facing genocide happily. Also, this is deeply dehumanizing. It erases queer Palestinians. I feel like there's another group that is complicit in eliminating, or I'm sorry, erasing queer Palestinians. One second. We're gonna do this one time and then we're not engaging again, okay? I don't remember if that's accurate, so I'm not going to. Oh. Why would I engage like this guy? We've debated him on stream at least twice. He's like one of the people from, oh Lord, what is that guy's fucking name? James from the internet. One of his you know, chatters. He's tried to become a streamer himself, but the best that he could do was jump onto a panel that the James from the internet guy hosted with his chatters and like some other small time streamers being socialists. He wore like Adidas tracksuits to show how like Eastern European he was. How's it going, Tron? Also, I was the last person that messaged in our DMs. Why are you telling me to look at our DMs? Also, see if I can zoom out just a wee bit without it looking horrible. Now you can see. Oh, that's not a box. That's just something leaned up against the mirror. All right, I think that's fine. But yeah, why would I engage harder with this guy and like in good faith, right? There's just like no reason for it. They're not engaging in good faith because they refuse to accept that Hamas kills gay people. Like for the you know, the crime of being gay. I don't think that I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a TikTok that responded to me. I saw the tax thing. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get on 70% of Americans. Stop. Oh, he only has 733 followers. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like get on live chat with YouTube support for creators about the tax stuff because I've sent it like fucking 5 times. All right. Anyways, how's everybody doing? This is the current. Here, I'll zoom out for you guys so you guys can see kind of what we're working with in here. It's a little bit messy, still a little bit messy. I mostly picked up the stuff out of the way from the shot, but that's about as good as I could get it before starting stream today. You know. Do I have multiple names? I do not. But let's talk about that in DMs. Also, let's see here. This was what Nair just sent, the erudite stuff. I don't get it. Did Mr. Beast... Oh, you guys don't see it. I don't get it. Did Mr. Beast's person watch CP or Lolly or make edgy jokes? What's the ish? There's nothing there. Yes, we know you are also a lolicon. Oh, it's literally just Lolly? Y'all need to fucking chill over Lolly? Listen. I think that people realize that they're not going to be able to, like, it's really hard to catch. I think it's really hard for people to accept that they can't make a difference in the world, right? And I think that people are kind of desperate to be, like, you know, seen as the good guys. And I think that the reason that people are so hardcore against Lolly is they don't have the resources or, like, the, you know, they don't have the ability to prove that someone is a pedophile, right? But lots of people are openly lolicons or will like stuff on their Twitter or something like that. And there's usually, you know, especially with like lolicon stuff, a paper trail, right? Some kind of trail that you can follow through stuff. Twitter likes, Discord, etc. And so they're like, okay, well, this is kind of like, you know, CP. So also, Justin Freakin, how's it going, my guy? And Fishy Pone, I read what you said, but I totally didn't acknowledge you. I should acknowledge people when I read it. But I feel like they feel like they're the new pedo hunters, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and defend anything with lolicon or Lolita or any shit like that. I think it's really weird and really gross. But do I care as much about lolicon stuff as I do about, like, grooming or, you know, viewing actual CP or anything like that? No, I don't. I think it's really fucking weird, and it probably shows some sort of, like, underlying, you know, feelings you have, you know? Well, I think most things are projection. The more I learn about the world, the more dramas I see. I think most accusations are just them talking about what they are worried about inside themselves. No, not necessarily. I mean, like, you'll definitely, like, come across that type of shit. Don't get me wrong, you absolutely will. But you're not going to, like, there's too many people. There's too many people. And I think that with the amount of people who are going on these crusades, it would be really, really, really surprising to me if all of them were lolicons, right? There we go. Let's march right up in there. Let's give these guys some stuff right here. But yeah, I don't think that it's mostly projection. I just think it's a crusade based off of what they think is doing, like, a good thing. So I don't think that most of them are, like, bad people doing this shit, right? But I will say this. I do think that people will defend. I think people will defend hardcore people that they like from accusations of like the, you know, lolicon pedo stuff. They'll defend to the death people that they like, but if it's someone that they dislike, they will go so unbelievably hard to like show how, you know, based and red pilled they are and shit like that, you know. Is this a game for ants? No, I tried to, I switched my, so what I used to do was, I used to be looking at this screen and then I would have a screen right here and a screen right there. And my chat would be on this screen and I would have like live, like the amount of people watching on this side. And I'd be watching on this screen. These two monitors are the exact same. This is a TV. So I think that when I moved the streaming focus from this screen to that one, it messed up super hardcore the interface on this. 1 second, let's see here. Boom. Kamala likes lolly? Where, what the fuck are you talking about, my friend? Where are you getting that? Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what this guy has to say. 70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you think that...
All right, this has to be kept because if I go around...
Oh my God. He doesn't even let like the rest of the statement go out? My guy. Come on. 70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you think that...
All right, this has to be kept because if I go around asking any working class citizen what they want universal health care, 99% of the time they're going to say yes. And
maybe in the area that you live in. Maybe you live in a very progressive area. If you live in like a big city, you're probably going to get a lot of people that say yes. And if you had maybe for like 2 seconds allowed the rest of that clip to play out, I would explain where that number comes from. Which I assume that if you're responding to the video, you know, it's like a 60-second clip. You almost certainly watch that 1 minute clip before deciding to respond to me. How's it going, Alley Cattails?
And the only time they will not say yes is if they're rich. The same people who think universities and schools and college degrees shouldn't be free are the same people who think universal health care shouldn't be free. It's the upper class.
Wait, say it again.
And college degrees shouldn't be free are the same people who think universal...
There aren't a lot of people that think that college degrees should be free. Right? Is that what the current push is? I thought it was reducing, or I guess free college tuition. But that doesn't mean that like the whole degree is free, right?
Healthcare shouldn't be free. It's the upper class. Most people will get injured and not even go to the hospital simply because they do not want to pay a hospital bill. People would rather die at the scene of the accident than get into a fucking ambulance.
That's not necessarily true, okay?
And that right there is the problem with America. All of the money that we're giving to other countries can be allocated to so many other things. And what the fuck do we do with it? We send our money for genocide. While the UK has universal health care and China just found the cure to diabetes,
What?
Universal health care and China just found the cure to diabetes.
China cure diabetes 2024. Why is everything so small? Like small in everything. Okay. Chinese scientists achieve diabetes cure through innovative cell therapy detailed in Cell Discovery. Patient treated July 2021 no longer requires insulin after 11 weeks. Further studies are needed for validation. Well, hold on. Proves effective in larger studies. It can free patients. The necessity of further studies involving more patients to validate these promising findings. Okay. Well, I mean, that's cool. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything that we're talking about here?
And our infrastructure is fucked.
You both can be louder? I don't know why everything on my computer is so quiet. Is that just the no. It's just his video, and then I guess my mic, I'm a little reticent to mess with it too much. But I guess if I'm talking like this, what about now? Is that a little better? Let's see here. Let me rewatch the last couple of seconds
Our
of this.
money for genocide. While the UK has universal health care and China just found the cure to diabetes, we and our infrastructure is fucked.
70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you think that...
All right, this has to be kept.
Okay. Oh, what did I say in my video?
70% of Americans do not support...
This is a 37-second long video. And he cut it. Like, let's see.
70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you...
He cut it at 3 seconds. He cut it at 3 seconds. Less than 10% of the video. Let's see if I give him a reason for why I said that.
I think that everyone should have access to a free or affordable healthcare in the United States. Something like 90% of people will say yes. Then you say, do you think that the government should provide a free or affordable healthcare to those that, like health coverage to those that can't afford it? You'll get like 75 to 80%. And then after that, it's like, do you think that the United States should have a universal healthcare system and ban private healthcare insurance companies? And it drops to like 25 to 30%.
Oh, so I like
70% of
like the exact same response
70% of
in the video that he's responding to. Mike is going to the bad place in clipping. Cool. We're going to drop it down here. I don't understand how you can watch a 30-second video, clip out 3 seconds of it, and then respond when the reasoning for what I'm saying is right there. Also, did you see the French terror attacks? No, link it to me. We'll have to figure out what the audio tearing is because I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from on this. Like, I can turn everything else down except for my mic, even though there's nothing going into those inputs, just in case there's like some sort of noise that's we can go like that and then like this maybe. Let me know. Try to make the bad noise happen if I'm right up on the mic like this? Let me know. I don't understand. What is this? Like, is this guy? Let's see. Because I feel like I've heard the name Javon Talks before. Has he been on like Wix panel? He does a lot of anime stuff. Okay. Why do I feel like I've heard of this guy when he only has 700 followers? You got any YouTube? When it went hard? Fuck, man. Test, test. Ah! Is that what you want from me? Is that what you fucking want from me? Also, really quick, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. There's 7 people watching on YouTube, only 3 likes. It is unacceptable. The more people that like the video, the more people will see it in their feed, which means more people in chat for you guys, which means better content. All right? Like the stream. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe we need to reach out to this Javon guy in good faith, nicely, again, with no malice. Explain to him why it's not 90% of people. Because it's insane to me. I can't imagine clipping someone. What? How far back do we have to go to even see where he clipped? Oh, maybe it doesn't show my face.
70% of America.
When was that? 6/24. Okay, it's been a while. Maybe I need to log in on desktop and shoot him a DM. I don't know how all that shit works. Unless he has a Twitter. No, he doesn't have any link. Maybe he does, but I copy. Let's see here. Oh no, Javon Talks does not exist on Twitter. All right. Well, let's see here. What are we going to get into today? Let me open up Discord and let's go to the content suggestions right here. Just to open them up.
Is X, formerly
Pause.
known as Twitter, whitelisting?
I have a feeling that this is probably fake. I retweeted it. But the reason I tweeted it out is because I don't care. If the Republicans aren't going to care about the truth whatsoever, if they're going to just use whatever, weird conspiracy theories that they have in order to, poison the brain of half of my country, then cool. We'll play that game. Now, I don't think the government should, and I don't think that Kamala Harris or Biden should, but I don't care anymore. Did you see the Palestine protests at the Capitol? Oh, I actually want to look into that. Remind me, Aaron. Or maybe we'll do that first. I haven't decided anything for today because I was just glad to be able to stream. But I almost jumped on the metro and went over there because, I'm I'm in the DC area now. I can, if I want to, just stroll on up to any protest that's going on and just go on over there. So I really thought about it, but ended up not because there's too much stuff to pack here. Oh, you know what? I just realized one more thing I need to do on my audio gate. Noise gate. There we go. The noise gate I had to crank it up super, super high last time. Why no stream for the past 3 days? Listen, dog, my house, I want you to understand something, okay? I literally cannot navigate through my small ass fucking apartment, okay? There are boxes stacked from floor to taller than I am, not quite to the ceiling, luckily, but just a little bit taller than I am. Basically in my entire living room. This room, until, about an hour before I streamed, was unnavigable. Don't make promises you can't keep. Listen, I can make whatever promises I want. This is my stream, all right? If I want to make a bad business move by by promising something to people that I can't deliver on, that's my problem, all right? Not yours. Oh, I do need a pop filter. I don't have the little fuzzy thing. It's in some box. There's like 3 or 4 other boxes. I should open up the stream and listen. Okay. Hello. Oh, sorry. 1 second, folks. Uh-oh, give me just a couple of seconds. I got to run out of the room. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Tron, if you can clip the part where it's popping, let me know. I'll see if I can find a pop filter in the meantime.
Sorry about that. We're back. Okay. Did you watch the Jordan Peterson video I sent last time? I've watched a couple of Jordan Peterson videos. I don't remember if it was one that you sent me, though. What was the title of it? Did anyone see Dr. K being sanctioned by the Psych Licensing Board? I watched Destiny argue with Dan live about that. I don't care about Dr. K. I don't care about Dr. K. It's just something that has never and probably will never interest me. I want you to understand something, okay? I literally cannot navigate through my small ass fucking apartment, okay? There are boxes stacked from floor to taller than I am, not quite to the ceiling. That's a pop filter thing. Unfortunately, if it's not in this little box right here, I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. Unfortunately, I just don't have access to one right this second because I don't know where there is one in my house. I could put like a sock over the top of my, just like a singular sock, but what I can do is I'll just hold it farther away from my mouth and let me see here. Let's do this. There's going to be a little bit of trial and error while we get things set back up. Testing, 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 testing. It's all the same. I don't know what this knob even does. Let's see. All right. Well, if it's not happening right now, we'll just try and be chill. All right. And try not to scream into the mic and try to limit our plosives as much as possible. Let's see here. This is it. Wrong screen. No, I didn't watch this one. How's it going, Oreo Bandit? This is my first real stream after moving to the DC, broader DC area. How's it going, my guy? Okay, we have to start content at some point. I'm not gonna lie. Where is the tab with? I do want to talk to this guy though. Are there any psychologists who influence you? No, because I never studied psychology. I had Psych 101 in my first year of college. But psychology, while interesting, just doesn't have the what's the word I'm looking for? 70% of I'm not passionate about. I'm not gonna like sit there and study psychology. I think it's interesting, different aspects of it, but outside of that, I'm not like super interesting. Psychology and philosophy have large amounts of overlap. Yeah,
And insofar as psychology and philosophy have an interlap, that's probably where I would be interested in, and also like interpersonal interactions with people. But outside of that, I'm not like super interested in it. Let me see here. I do have a clean pair of socks here, which I guess I could use as a... It looks a little scuffed, doesn't it? Is that better? Again, there's going to be a lot of trial and error in the setup. Sock on the mic means don't come in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It even has got a little bit of foreskin. Never mind. Okay, but yeah, I want to talk to this guy. You can't clip someone like speaking for 3 seconds where the rest of the clip gives the reason why they're saying what they're saying, and then make a 1 minute long video where you're like, I don't understand this. When the explanation, like, again, 70% of Americans do not support universal health care. That's if you ask them, do you think that...
All right, this has to be kept, because if I go around asking any working class citizen what they want universal health care, 99% of the time they're going to say yes.
Also, you're in your car, my guy. Why are you sweating this hard? Was the effort of making the video that much for you, my guy? Jesus Christ. But yeah, I'm going to keep this tab open. Actually, no, I have it in my DMs. I don't need to keep the tab open. I'm going to find a way to get in contact. I think it's bullshit to take me out of context in that way. Please. Is this TikTok? That is normal? Yeah, I know it's normal. I'm just gonna make content out of it. And if he's friendly, then maybe we make a new friend. Are you on the Virginia or Maryland side of DC? Won't say. Let me see here. Here's a tweet that was sent to me. Let's see what this says. In case you're wondering what Mike Pence thinks of Trump in January 6th.
I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And that on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution, but I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Sorry, I was reading chat. What did he say? Sorry.
I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And that on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution, but I chose the Constitution, and I always will. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States again. But what the president maintained...
Oh, man. Republicans soundly rejected that message, didn't they?
...that day. And frankly has said over...
Adventurers told me that Epoch Times, the Epic or Epoch, I don't know which one. I've heard people pronounce it both ways. Didn't they... Times... money... I can't remember who it was from. Money laundering charges. Began as an anti-Chinese Communist Party newspaper founded by Chinese dissidents. Was arrested earlier this month for allegedly engaging in a multi-year money laundering scheme that federal prosecutors say helped drive the company's skyrocketing growth in revenue in recent years. And I believe they were getting... Where does it say they got the money from? because I believe they were getting money from like, I can't remember who. I don't even want to say until I know for sure. Am I thinking of a different news organization? There was some news organization. I thought it was the Epoch Times that got a bunch of money from a foreign government. Oh, fuck off. Let me see here. Have promoted conspiracy theories such as QAnon, Great Replacement, anti-vaccine misinformation, false claims of fraud in the 2020 election, allegations of money laundering. Da-da-da-da. Oh, so they got money from a hedge fund, conservative political donor. Maybe that's what it was. I thought it was from like Russia. I must be thinking about a different person though, or a different newspaper. I thought it was them though. Oh God, Frank Chill's going off on his fucking dumb bullshit. Tron, do you have the chat set to live chat? Because it defaults to top chat. And that doesn't show everything, so you have to go to live chat. Man, Frank Archild is on a fast track to getting fucking straight banned today.
Over and over, ask someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States again. What the president maintained that day, and frankly has said over and over again over the last 2.5 years, is completely false. I dismissed it out of hand, but sadly, the president was surrounded by a group of crackpot lawyers that kept telling him what his itching ears wanted to hear.
Why would Russia give them money? They hate China? Right. Again, like I must be thinking of a different newspaper. There was some newspaper recently where the editors were found to have been getting like an unbelievable. Oh, wait, I might be thinking of the Gray Zone. I didn't say anything TOS. Well, number one, there's almost nothing that's TOS on Kick. All right, because they have actual pedophiles on that site, which is why I'm submitting another appeal sometime in the next couple of days to Twitch. Now, I'm not like super hopeful about it, but I think I would rather just like stream to YouTube. I don't think that Kick is particularly helping us. Number two, it has nothing to do with TOS. It has much more to do with being really, really weird and annoying with the contradictory labels that you're throwing at people. It's like when people called Obama an Islamic atheist, a neoliberal fascist,
they're oxymorons. They're exact opposites of each other. You can't be both of those things. That's why I made fun of lefties so much when they would call people neoliberal fascists, because it's really stupid. How's it going, Dank Brandon? Oh yeah, speaking of you posted this. What was it that you wanted me to look at here? Because you sent me a DM. Can you give me a TLDR? Or did you send me a DM? Well, I thought that it was a DM that you sent me, but maybe you just tagged me in the Discord. I hear some people, similar to Ron Paul, and even some progressives like Oliver Stone, Noam Chomsky, and RFK Jr., Tucker Carlson, and Adventurous use similar labels. I don't care. I don't know or care who Oliver Stone is. Noam Chomsky is like nearing the end of his life and the end of his IQ. RFK Jr. literally had a worm in his brain eating his gray matter. Tucker Carlson is a proven known liar. And Adventurous just sucks all of their cocks and drains the cum from their balls. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. We've been through this a million times. I did a fun rant about 53 minutes in. Bipartisan stupidity is not something that I respect. "53 minutes. We'll give it a quick peek while we're getting deep into it. We'll go 1 minute behind while we're just easing into the return to normal content.
He would have been at the same kind of level as what the second story would be, minus a couple, I don't know, minus a couple feet because of a window.
No, what I mean, so the second story, so
55,
what
40?
happened was
bombs can be manufactured by pretty much anybody. They're not insanely hard to make. But the thing was the what you call it, the explosion cap. I can't remember the exact technical term for it, but there's a particular part where they would have to take the signal from the electrical current and get it to ignite the bomb, or ignite the explosives themselves.
Shield.
They can only be acquired through 2 ways. Number one, making it at home because you can buy kits online. However, that's incredibly dangerous because you're fucking around with very reactive substances. Or you could get them through trusted suppliers. Now, the issue with getting them through trusted suppliers is everything is incredibly regulated. So they didn't know who bought it for him to be able to acquire it. And they'd already have this, they already have this person arrested and put in prison. That probably would be put on trial. That would already be up in the fucking air. That'd be in the media. Or he got help from outside source and still trying to determine who that outside source was, which then would clearly indicate that it's coming from a more higher level suspect than what we first thought, than just being a 20-year-old sitting on top of a roof with a fucking rifle. It's that point.
Answer is like this guy was insane, and
retarded.
You're super low, man. Retarded. He could be all those things, bro. I think the most simplest answer is he was insane and kind of like suicidal, and he wanted to take a very important person out. So yeah, that's basically it.
I think you want to say something up. I think he was also probably groomed by some form of like terrorist group or terroristic group that was existing.
Okay, all right, my turn.
But there has to be proof, bro.
Okay, so far everything that we know about the kid is that he was a registered Republican. He had somebody with his name had donated to a progressive PAC when he would have been 17, which would have made that donation illegal. He registered as a Republican when he was able to register. I believe that was like the next year after he was 17, when he was 18. He had not had a chance to vote yet. The evidence is that he was just looking for somebody to kill, whether it's Biden, Trump. I believe he also searched Benjamin Netanyahu. I think he also searched for like the Secretary of State and like other officials. His plan was to start the shooting, and then crazy Republicans would continue the shooting, thinking that their king Donald Trump had been murdered by the left. So he was clearly insane and stupid. There's no evidence that I know of yet that he was working with anyone. There wasn't a second shooter. Apparently there was a local police officer sniper that took a shot or two. There was also the Secret Service sniper. Nobody else could hit him except for the Secret Service sniper that actually hit him, which was actually called a 1 in a million shot, because from the way that he was, the building had a lip that he was hiding under, so you could only see the very top of his head. So the guy that actually hit him actually fucking got off an amazing shot, getting just the top of his head when nobody else actually could. As far as Donald Trump not getting the Secret Service, Donald Trump didn't want.
I haven't looked into any of the Secret Service memes like at all. I know that the Secret Service director stepped down, despite saying that she wasn't going to. There's just so much more for me to focus on, because the only reason people are focusing on the Secret Service stuff, like there's the legitimate real stuff that happens in Congress, right? Like questioning and like, why wasn't this? And then there's the crazy conspiracism about this being some sort of inside job. And I'm not going to lie, it's just so unbelievably useless to give any ground whatsoever to these people. It's useless, absolutely useless. Like, there's no reason to even like talk to them. I'm becoming more of a like silent off person, I think, because I talked about this a little bit last stream. I don't know how to talk to people that don't live in the same reality or refuse to engage with literally anything that is said. It used to be fun. Thanks for watching, though. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I agree. Like, there's the facts of the case, and you laid out literally everything that I know about this, that, you know, he's working alone. He wasn't specifically only targeting Trump. He was like looking at a whole bunch of other people, probably just wanted to be, you know, go down as like the next political assassin or something like that. The latest all in one image. Let's see. As Donald Trump speaks at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, up to 8 shots are heard. Trump's right ear is hit as he holds his head and ducks. Secret Service agents rush on stage to protect him. As he is led to a waiting car to take him to a medical center, blood is seen dripping down his face. Ex-president punches the air as he gets into the SUV. The shooter, named as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, is on a roof 150 yards from the stage. One male bystander is killed and 2 men are seriously injured. Crooks is shot dead by a Secret Service sniper. Well, this isn't everything that we know. This is just like the events of the actual shooting. But in terms of his motive, I don't think that there's basically any information out there, because he was very, very private. He didn't have very many friends that he would talk about politics with. You know, do I live in the same reality? No. And I'll show you exactly how I know. Because of this kind of message. Because of this kind of message. You don't live in the same reality as me. But that's fine. Maybe you'll grow out of it. Why are lesbians allowed to be Secret Service officers? I'm pretty sure there's not a single person in this chat that could go toe-to-toe with the Secret Service officers. Like, all else equal, right? You're given a handgun and you're put into a warehouse with a bunch of blocking things. I just don't think that you would have the same chance, run 1,000 simulations of that, as the lesbian Secret Service officer. Now, I don't know what them being lesbians has to do with any of this. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure that they go to the shooting range way more. I'm pretty sure they know more about like any sort of, tactical thing. I'm pretty sure they're trained how to get shot to defend someone and how to shoot back. Okay? There's going to be a new conspiracy 48 hours from now. Well, they're trying so hard, dude. They're trying so hard to recontextualize everything now, because they thought that this is what I'm starting to understand, is the Republicans were pushing to, frame Biden as old and weak. And, if they do end up changing out the candidate. One second. My mic stand just fell. Let me mute this while I fix that. All right, let's see here. Jesus. What was I in the middle of saying? Oh, yeah, the Republicans are scrambling so hard to reframe the campaign because they expected to be going up against someone other than Kamala because they just didn't think that the Democrats would ever coalesce around her. I don't like Dave Smith. You literally have used him as a source. You have cited Dave Smith like 4,000 times. Did that change because he doesn't know what the non-aggression principle is? Did I see Stephen Miller losing it? No, I haven't seen basically anything.
Held a primary. People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths.
Let's watch the whole thing. Fox, Stephen Miller.
All right, joining me now is Stephen Miller, former senior advisor to President Trump and America First legal founder. Stephen, we've been watching this rally, a lot on immigration, some on Kamala Harris, of course, her role as border czar and everything that's happened and the chaos that's ensued as a result of that. And in but yeah, let's watch.
All now read the story. I mean, they're sticking with the hoax. Laura, we all saw the debate. We've all now read the stories that the media finally published for the purpose of helping the Democrats admittedly and forcing him out. That was their objective. They wanted to get rid of him. But we all read the stories that documented the president.
No,
this is very important. This is disqualifying competent and fit. All of this is now public, and now they're going to go back to say function is committed to the throats of the American people.
No one has any.
Is this the
now
same
read
clip?
the stories that they
in the last week.
And not. I think he's right. Of
this November.
Right. Of here under by the end of the year, probably will be close to that. If it could be.
Absolutely.
We don't even to the point today. But yeah.
His best interest for him to step aside. Does it have to do with his health or?
1 second. What has Kamala accomplished? It's not this video because that doesn't show up on the Chiron. Can we go to Fox News and let's go here.
can't find the exact video, really? No, this is Hannity. Oh well. Let's just watch.
They held a primary. People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths.
Yeah, and guess what? When you're voting for Biden, guess what? There's another name attached to that one. You know, like almost like they're like a running mate. Like if you were to go and vote for Trump, you would see Trump and JD Vance. And in 2020, we voted for Kamala Harris, and Biden did not signal that he was going to change his VP, and it's called the Biden-Harris campaign. And so if he drops out, there's another name that's still on that ticket that's still part of all of the, you know, things that they have submitted to states to have names put on the ballot. So I feel like, yeah, people did vote for Kamala.
People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths. They spent money on advertisements. And as President Trump said, the Republican Party spent tens of millions of dollars running against Joe Biden. Now they just woke up one morning and said, never mind, we're canceling the entire primary. We're getting rid of our candidate, and we're pretending the election has never even happened, and we're going to let donors handpick.
Donors handpick?
A new
donors didn't handpick shit. Because until people started posting about Kamala, Republicans didn't even expect, nobody expected Kamala Harris to be the one. That's why you guys are freaking out so much. That's why you're sitting there screeching on a news show where you know you're not going to get any pushback. That's why you're sitting there screeching. You're screeching.
Nominee, they held a primary.
IMO Trump's getting a higher proportion of minority demographics, Jewish community, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, etc. in 2024 than 2020. I'm not sure if all of that's true, but all of that is still in flux because Kamala Harris is in the race. And the support for Harris over Biden in these demographics, Latinos, African Americans, gay people, women, all of those have risen in support of Harris over Biden, right? While we've seen some smaller drop off from Trump. So I'm not even sure if that's going to make any difference. I'm not including gays or women. Well, okay. Well, the gays or women vote, you can, if you're tossing that one, women were the ones that helped elect Joe Biden into the office in 2020. So suburban white women that traditionally voted Republican or didn't vote at all went and voted for Joe Biden. Racial minorities, I don't see Trump getting, like, I don't know how much he would have to increase his share of that voting block to win. But I don't think that that's going to happen this time. Presidents have always had that immunity. It was just never spoken. No. 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 I don't know where you get that unless you're just like going based off of that's how the Supreme Court works. Like, this is our interpretation of it. But anyways, let's keep going.
Controversial right wing.
I saw this post on Twitter, and okay, hold on. We'll do that segment in a second. Presidents order strikes that kill civilians. They need some immunity. Right. They need some immunity, but the immunity that the Supreme Court gave? No, not at all. Because if they always had that immunity, then why did they even need
Like, I'm pretty sure for every single major strike, or like, I'm sorry, I don't even know about major strike. For every single strike that the president himself authorizes or orders, there's like a team of White House lawyers in the room with him. Like, okay, we got to do it like this and this and this. This right here would be illegal, so we have to change that part of the plan. Like they have teams of lawyers to make sure that their action isn't going to be criminal. Am I wrong on that, or am I right on that? Because I don't even need to ask that question. I know I'm right. I'm certain I'm right. Harris is a communist. AI reveals Kamala Harris's political ideology mostly aligns with communism and socialism. Do these people know how AI works? Let's see here. Government expansion. Who's that? Hey, Waffles. 1 second. Let me put the cat out. She's about to do some dumb shit. I just know it. I know you're about to do some dumb shit. Dumb shit. Oh. Cat. Cat. Mixed killing civilians can't be legal? Are you talking about like specifically US civilians, or are you talking about just civilians? An addendum to this. Well, hold on, really quick. Do these people even know how AI works? Because it's just iterating off of information that it gathers online. It's not thinking for itself. So how like they don't even know how it works in the first place, but okay, let's just read this. Kamala Harris's policies and political stances most align with socialism or even communism for several reasons. I'll tell you this. No shot. Just civilians, ain't no way it is okay to just dome random people as long as a terrorist dies. It is so highly context specific, but it also depends on like, I mean, I hate to tell someone to like go and watch another streamer, but go watch Destiny's like conversations about killing civilians, where they go in depth into the international law around those things. And when a strike is and when a strike is not justified legally or whatever. This is the last thing, just so you know, Front Yard Shield. I hope that you're happy because this is the last thing I'm going to respond to you with for like the next hour. And I actually mean that. I'm actually not going to read anything that you say. Again, do you guys on the left want death to America with 3 Ks? Ha, clever. Or do you want more government power from Uncle Sam? You can't have both. You do not. You have two opposing sides in your head, but you're unable to recognize that these two sides, you don't fit 100% into this, because one, like if I were to accuse you of being a fascist, libertarian, evil, ANCAP who is a Jewish supremacist, et cetera, you'd be like, whoa. I am not a fascist. I am like, yeah, I might be like a libertarian, but I'm not an ANCAP. Like, you can't just like throw all of these terms together. Like, some of these terms don't even make sense together. Like, you can't just like accuse me of all these things when like they don't even make any sense. And you can't attribute these positions to me. You can't attribute these positions to me that are like black and white. Either I want, you know, either zero government whatsoever, or, you know, a theocratic, you know, dictatorship. You can't like give me those two extremes and expect me to say, you know, yes to one. Like, it's the exact same thing, because you get so pissed the fuck off constantly, all the time, about us trying to pigeonhole you into some sort of ideology that you don't agree with. But the fucking second that you know, you catch my eyes not looking at chat, you start talking about neoliberal fascist, you know, communist Biden and evil Kamala Harris and all of these fucking evil things that the left is doing, as if there are people in one solid block on the left, and then there's all this ideological diversity on the right. There's ideological diversity within both broad political, you know, movements in the United States. There's libertarians, like traditional conservatives, like neocons, and there's MAGA people on the right, right? Unfortunately for you, you can't even point to that ideological difference, because all of those people step in line. They fall in line behind the MAGA people, the most insane fucking people that are filling your tiny little fucking 16-year-old head with the most soy slop, stupid conspiracy theories that anybody has ever heard in their entire life, that are internally inconsistent with each other, but, you know, like, whatever. But like, that's the difference between like my side and your side, okay? That's the difference between my side and your side, Front Yard Shield, is that there are some ideological, you know, diversity within both broad left and right movements in the United States. But on the left, there's actual critique and actual, you know, fighting over what positions we should take and what we shouldn't take, and what is real and what isn't real, and, you know, all of that. There is none of that on the right, because every single ideological conversation that crops up begins and ends with, what does the dear leader think? What does Donald Trump think? And even if it goes against their values, conservatives fall in line. That's the difference between my side and your side. Yeah. So I'm not even going to respond to anything else that you say. I've given my take on literally everything that you've said so far. I think you're really fucking stupid. I think that you need to go touch grass. No, I don't believe. I am a like extremely pro-America person. Go to sleep for 5 minutes. Take a nap. You know that I am not on the side of Idan Simpson. Idan Simpson is not a liberal. Idan Simpson is not a Democrat. He does not like America. I like America. I am a liberal. I am a Democrat. I am not a socialist. Go to sleep for 5 minutes. Get yourself a little 5-minute nappy in, and then maybe like come back and, you know, be a normal fucking person. I don't even care about this anymore. Fuck. VP Kamala Harris explains her ideology. Everyone ends up in the same place.
It has to be about a goal of saying everybody should end up in the same place. And since we didn't start in the same place, some folks might need more. Equitable distribution. Giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out at the same place.
Love you, Tron. Catch you later.
So there's a big difference between equality and equity. Equality suggests often everybody should get the same thing. Well, that often assumes everybody started out in the same place, as opposed to equity, which is everyone should end up in the same place. And if you then understand not everybody started out in the same place, you understand some people need more. So we all end up in the same place, right?
It's kind of stupid, but I don't think that this is going to be a
mainstay of her campaigning. And I also don't think that, like, if we look at any policies that the Democrats have put forward, that were forcing communism onto anyone. But, you know, okay, whatever. Let's watch this video.
Is X, formerly known as Twitter, whitelisting controversial right-wing accounts? I did a short video on this yesterday, and it really deserves a longer video. So I'm in a hotel room in Sydney, Australia right now. I've spent the past few days giving speeches about misinformation and disinformation to both Australian first responders and later the Department of Defense of Australia. And I finally found a free day today, so I'm doing a video. I guess I just don't know how to have fun. So on Thursday, July 25th, Sydney time, or maybe Wednesday, the 24th US time, a graphic popped up from a Twitter account called the Antifa Turtle. This account has since been suspended. The graphic alleged that certain conservative or right-leaning accounts were exempt from Twitter rules. In programming terms, this would be called a whitelist, or a...
I was starting to say this earlier, but I did see this post on Twitter. I do not particularly care if it's real or not, because Twitter is a trash site. But if true, which I doubt that it is, but if true, would be really bad. But I don't think it's true. I retweeted it because if people aren't going to live in reality, then why should I be forced to? If they can retweet every single conspiracy theory that like pops up on their feed, why can't I? If it's making fun of Elon Musk, why not? That's not a very good principle or a very good principled stance, because I'm not a fan of retweeting false information. But also, if you can't beat them, join them.
List of approved stuff. Note that a list of disapproved stuff would be called a blacklist. Now, I made a video where I listed some reasons why I thought this video was fake, and I'm going to walk through some of those reasons a little more in detail. But first, I want to talk about emotional truth. Back in the mid-2000s or so, Stephen Colbert coined a term called truthiness, and that is what you feel in your heart to be true, even if there's no proof. I like to use the term emotional truth, which is what you feel to be true rather than what the facts will support. And I think this is the reason this graphic gains so much traction, because if a social media post has emotional truth to you and you really want to believe that it's true, it's really easy for even smart people to ignore facts and logic, especially if the post supports your political views. So some people asked me if the post was dip, or deceptive imagery persuasion. Technically, no. Dip is where you take a truthful or out of context picture and add text to it to lead someone toward a guided conclusion. For example, this post about Betty White in her 20s. The woman in color is Betty White, but these other women in black and white are not Betty White. But we all want to believe it, because who doesn't like Betty White? We want to think she was gorgeous in her 20s. So this particular graphic isn't dip. I think it's something called an active measure, which is essentially a propaganda operation. Russia often engages in active measures, although I don't really have any proof that this was from Russia. The funny part is that Twitter has been putting manipulated media tags wherever this image pops up. And I find this hilarious because I find manipulated media on Twitter all the time. Remember that whole...
That's one reason why I was willing to give this any amount of credence whatsoever, is because immediately after this started getting posted, a ton of people started getting banned for sharing it, et cetera, et cetera. You know, like the guy, the turtle guy that he referenced got suspended. The people who were, what's the word I was looking for? The people who were sharing it or saving the picture and reposting it were getting in trouble. So it wasn't, out of the realm of possibilities that it was real, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and get those guys in.
Whole Israel's dropping booby-trapped cans of meat in Gaza video that I proved was fake. Those cans turned out to be landmine fuses, which Israeli soldiers left on the ground. That video is still showing up without the manipulated media tag, which tells me that Twitter has the ability to identify manipulated media when it wants to. And I guess that manipulated media just makes money and creates engagement, which is why they might not put that tag on things that they're not afraid of. And, you know, for some reason, Twitter just does not like the idea of this particular graphic getting any traction. Now, I wouldn't want that either, especially if it's not real. But again, this is where emotional truth comes in. From an emotional standpoint, I have no doubt that Twitter has some kind of system where certain accounts are exempt from normal rules. But I'll explain how they probably do that in a moment. Now, the allegation was that this particular item came from the Twitter API. And I defined API in my short video. I said API stands for Abstract Programming Interface. And I was actually wrong about that. And a number of people corrected me. I actually Googled this, and API stands for Application Programming Interface, not Abstract Programming Interface. And the funny part is that I've been programming since the mid-90s. And I've been programming professionally since the mid-2010s. And apparently, I've been saying it wrong for 30 years, and nobody's ever corrected me. But of course, you never actually say Application Programming Interface. You just say, hey, where's the API? So here's the basics of how an API works. APIs are typically written by a software vendor to allow third parties to gain access to some of their features. For example, let's say you are a metro service, like a subway service. You might publish the next time the train will arrive at the station, and people who want to develop navigation apps can use that information to predict the time it's going to take to travel a certain route. The API gives developers instructions on how to get that information. Typically, this is received from something called an endpoint, which will accept requests and then send back responses. The response can be sent back a number of ways, although it's often done using a format called JSON or JavaScript Object Notation, which is a standard way of communicating information.
Oh, we're getting deep into the nerd speak on this. Jesus, okay.
And that's the first thing that kind of smells. This particular text is not formatted JSON. It's also not XML, which is an older and more verbose way of transmitting information. A real JSON file might look something like this. Now, looking at this file, it certainly seems like it's some kind of formatting, but I'm not sure why an organization like Twitter would reinvent the wheel when JSON works just fine and it's not very verbose, at least not as verbose as XML. And most software packages already come with a way of encoding and decoding JSON. So the other thing here that makes us suspicious is I'm not sure why you would use a text file to control this information. Twitter processes about 5,200 tweets per second. So if you're making a call to a text file to check the whitelist every time someone makes a tweet, that's incredibly inefficient. Now, this file could be used as some sort of file which is updated periodically and it just exists in memory. So when you restart the Twitter service, it grabs this file and loads it into memory. That's a possibility, but I don't know why anyone would do it this way. It would make more sense to flag these specific users in a database. That would be way faster since you're going to check the database every time you make a post anyway. And you would also be able to make changes on the fly that would instantly be updated without having to update a service that goes and grabs a text file. That just doesn't make any sense. Now, one other thing, just because I don't think it makes any sense doesn't mean some Twitter programmer did it early on and they've just been doing it that same way, because it's easier to keep doing it that way than actually fix it. That happens in software all the time. But then there's another problem. This whitelist is a really small list. You know, it's mainly made up of conservative or right-leaning accounts, almost like this list is designed to trigger and enrage people on the left. And I would venture to say that a real whitelist would have the names of prominent politicians as well, so that in the event of a crisis or facts about a disaster or an emergency, those wouldn't be accidentally suppressed. Like, if this was a real whitelist, I would expect to see world leaders or maybe the Red Cross on that whitelist as well. I would also expect to see figures like the Argentinian president, Javier Milei, on there, and he isn't. So it's almost like this document was designed to appeal to a very specific demographic in the United States, and only use the most enraging accounts, so that way they aren't cluttered up with more realistic accounts like Javier Milei or global leaders. Now, the next issue is Okta. Okta is not a whitelist. It's an authenticator. It's something you would use when logging into something to verify that you are who you say you are, or you're authorized to log in. It wouldn't make any programming sense to keep that kind of sensitive information on Okta, and I'm not sure Okta even has the ability to do so even if you wanted to. Finally, I believe that this element here is actually a misspelling of Tristan Tate, also known as Tate the Talisman. This is the brother of internet provocateur Andrew Tate. And this is another reason why I think this is fake, because why would you spell a user incorrectly in the whitelist? That's exactly why you would use a database. You would use a special field.
Is it just me, or does this dude look like if Uncle Fester, Adam Sandler, and Gru from the Minions combined their DNA? You be nice, okay? I like this guy. He's a very, very smart, intelligent guy who's just coming out here and giving us information on how to recognize false information, manipulated information. I like him, all right? Fuck off. Do not call him Gru, okay? He deserves our respect. This man is a veteran, okay? Support our troops.
On that database saying, hey, whitelist this guy, you wouldn't use a text file where you could have a misspelling. You know, if you're setting a flag in a database, you're never going to be, well, you could be wrong, but you're less likely to misspell something if you're using a structured query language or SQL to say, hey, set this flag to this certain level of permission. Although there is an actual user named Tate the Railman, so maybe this file was talking about them. Still, I kind of think this is a mistake because the R and the T keys are right next to each other on a keyboard. All right, so what does this all mean? I mean, I don't think this file is real. It smells. I believe this is some kind of active measure for the left wing, or perhaps just some internet troll. And like I've always said, if something makes you feel emotional, you shouldn't share it. You're probably being manipulated. And one last thing before I go. A bunch of air mobility command guys reached out to me. These are the Air Force guys who fly and maintain cargo planes and tankers. It's not as romantic as fighter planes, but it is just as crucial. Well, the Air Mobility Command people asked for their own bunker branding shirt, sticker, and hoodie. So here it is. Alcoholics moving cargo. You can find that at bunkerbranding.com.
All right. Nice advertisement there, cuck. Okay. Probably fake. Awfully weird. Trump absolutely regretting picking J.D. Vance.
More on those fresh doubts that we'll ever see a debate.
Oh, hold on. Longer Miller clip and article. Stephen Miller has hypersonic Fox News meltdown over Biden withdrawal. Oh my God, are you serious? I got there faster than it could. No, what do you call them? Not ad blocker, but...
Well, they're pretending it's all exciting, right? They're saying, this is exciting. No, it's chaos. You literally subverted your own democratic process as you spent the last 3.5 years, more, let's say 6 years, or let's say 9 years, trashing Donald Trump for doing literally what you just did to your own voters. There may be, 25-30% of the voters who still preferred Joe Biden to remain at the top of the ticket, right? I mean, at least that.
Well,
and they don't care about those voters, Stephen. They don't care.
I can't pause it.
They held a primary. People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths. They spent money on advertisements.
Oh, no.
And as President Trump said, The Republican Party spent tens of millions of dollars running against Joe Biden. Now they just woke up one morning and said, never mind, we're canceling the entire primary. We're getting rid of our candidate, and we're pretending the election has never even happened, and we're going to let donors handpick a new nominee. They're publicly admitting that they are an oligarchy. They are not running a democracy. They are not running a representative republic. This is an oligarchy controlled by business interests. And the Democratic Convention is the private corporation that represents those business interests. This is as full frontal an attack on American democracy as we've ever seen in the history of America's major political
fall
parties.
for this. No one is going to fall for this line. The lines that I've been seeing from conservatives over Biden withdrawing because of their own inability to plan for contingencies is unreal, guys. It is unreal. Oh, the Democrats are actually undemocratic because of the Democratic Party process of selecting their guy. Suddenly this is undemocratic? Was it undemocratic when Trump was refusing to debate anyone? Because they were saying that it was undemocratic of Biden not to engage in any of the debates and any of that during the Republican primary. Was it undemocratic of him to not do anything? It's a coup. It's a coup of Joe Biden. No one on the left feels that way. Also, I find it really hard to take any accusations of coups or of undemocratic behavior from a party, from a group of people that refuse to believe that January 6th was either a big deal or that it was an attempted coup. It is really hard to take anything that they say seriously. Sorry, I just was told about this. I hope a xenogendered individual peels out in the street you're walking down and their car tires splash you with the filthiest gutter water imaginable. Jesus. Good for you. Yeah, and Trump is backing out of all the political debates, all of the presidential debates, because they're scared of Kamala, which is the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. For years, since she was the vice presidential nominee, ever since then, they have relentlessly fucking attacked Kamala Harris as being dumb, as being stupid, as, having that, what was the, what's the word I'm looking for? The coconut tree line and the context in which you live and exist in line. They've been attacking her for years on that. So shouldn't it be a really easy debate? Shouldn't it be a really, really unbelievably easy debate to have with someone that is that dumb to you? They're scrambling so hard. Okay, let me see here. Let's go to content suggestions.
All right, so Crystal was very kind and she wanted me to weigh in on some of the Republican attacks on Kamala Harris. So we're going to start with one that was been making the rounds. Kamala is allegedly, quote, what is it, the original Hawk Tua girl. This was on Fox Business. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, and then there's the DEI press secretary telling you that the DEI vice president is the future of the party here. And so the future looks kind of dim for the Democrats here, but this is no shocker either. Kamala Harris, she's the original Haktua girl. That's the way she got where she is.
Can't call me stupid as I watch long hours on dogs. Yeah, I sure can.
And the party's going downhill if it's in her hands.
That was tough. That was harsh.
That was
Hold on.
all right. So Crystal was very kind, and she wanted me to weigh in on some of the Republican attacks on Kamala Harris. So we're going to start with one that was been making the rounds. Kamala is allegedly, quote, what is it? The original Haktua girl. This was on Fox Business. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, and then there's the DEI press secretary telling you that the DEI vice president is the future of the party here. And so the future looks kind of dim.
The DEI attacks against Kamala Harris are unhinged. There's, like, if you don't want people to think you're racist, don't do racist shit, right? That's like a pretty easy rule of thumb, in my opinion. It's a pretty easy rule of thumb. If the first attacks from your camp aren't about policy, aren't about, you know, moral character, anything like that. They're instead on, oh, look at her. She's black and she's the vice president and she's a woman. Somebody has some explaining to do. Why? Why? What explaining? What needs any more explaining? What needs to be, like, I don't know if we have to, like, hold people's hands through how not to be racist. Because again, and I'm the soy cuck lefty. I say lefty, I'm not a lefty. Soy cuck, you know, liberal that will sit there and say, no, I don't think that all Republicans are racist. And I don't think that all Republicans are racist. I really don't. But the party at large probably is. Like, all things considered, when the collective, you know, conservative mind goes straight to, oh, she's black and she's a woman, therefore she's unqualified because DEI. The only thing that you're attacking there is her race and her gender and her sex.
Dim for the Democrats here, but this is no.
And from what I understand, the Trump campaign is desperately trying to get people to drop that talking point because it is just so bad for them. Criticizing someone who happens to be black, is it racist? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here's some policies: abolish the Fed, abolish the... Oh my God, shut the fuck up. You are the most annoying little fuck in the entire world.
No shocker either. Kamala Harris, she's the original Haktua girl. That's the way she got where she is. And the party's going...
Oh, well, not only is she a DEI candidate, she also sucked and fucked her way to the top, which I don't think that's going to win over any, like, women voters. Like, if the only way that you think that a woman could possibly get ahead is to, like, fuck her boss, that's insane.
Downhill if it's in her hands.
That was tough. That was harsh.
That was harsh. Look, I would just say this.
You know what? I'm sorry. Frank Archield, I'm giving you one last chance to be fucking normal today. I've had people tell me, keep him around because it's funny to see you, like, lose your mind at him. And it's good content. It's not good content. It's not good for my mental health to sit here and screech at someone who is screeching nonsense fucking constantly. Do not ask me how to be normal. Learn for yourself. Figure it out.
Let's just not go into it. All right. In general, I talked with Emily about it. I have annoyance with some of this because some of this, it's like, well, what is allowed to be talked about and not? So with Trump, it's like, okay, well, we have...
Well, probably don't just say that, like, she was hired because she's black and a woman. And, oh, also, not only was she chosen because she's black and a woman, the only reason that she got into any position whatsoever is because she sucked and fucked her way to the top. Maybe, like, limit your criticisms of her to, like, the policies or, like, her moral character. Because these aren't acceptable criticisms. They're not speaking to anything real.
have now spent years litigating, did he have sex with Stormy Daniels up until the point of...
Why can't you agree to disagree? That's another 5 minute, because that was so fucking retarded. Trump will abandon it. Let Matt handle it. Someone link me to the centrists that are criticizing Walsh for his over-the-top rhetoric here. Some of the right are worried that going after Kamala, I don't remember which is the correct way, for sleeping her way to the top will backfire and make us look mean. This is where it's important to understand that not everyone on the right can or should be taking the same approach. I agree that Trump shouldn't say that about her, but it is a part of her story that should be known. It makes her seem like a mediocre, disgraceful, conniving woman, which she is. So let people like me get that message out. We're already the mean ones. We can take that hit. It filters out from us and makes its way into the public consciousness. Trump never has to say a word about it and shouldn't. Oh, okay. So, sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen here. Okay, so it's like totally fine to like. I thought that political rhetoric was like something that we should be more careful about, because even saying we're going to put someone in our bullseye in regards to, campaign strategy, I thought that was enough to get someone assassinated.
What I'm not going to go into, let's just say the very personal details of Donald Trump's anatomy, what the exact sexual encounter was between the two. That was a key thing against him. So it's
it was in the context of a campaign payment and cover up. That was the context there.
But then the Karen McDougal thing also, many of Trump's affairs. So Trump's sex life was totally out in the open. So it's we're not allowed to talk about Kamala, basically having an affair with a very powerful, a relationship with a powerful San Francisco mayor, and clearly how that, contributed to her rise to the top. I would say it's fine to talk about. I wouldn't talk about it that way. But in general, let's just take it back to where we were in the beginning of this, show, which is, if we're talking about suburban women and abortion, I would probably just avoid.
I was just going to say. I would encourage Republicans, please continue this line of attack. Laura Loomer, please continue talking about Kamala Harris's uterus and theorizing about her whole entire life. Please. The other thing about this, Sagar, and this fits with the DEI hit as well, this shit is so online. And so to people that understand it, it's repellent, right? Even the Fox Business lady there is repelled by it, and he's been pulled off there. He hasn't been seen since.
Well, he is making it explicitly sexual, and that's part of the thing that I'll get into with the DEI thing, which is, by the way, I don't think anything should be off limits. I think it's fine. I think it is weird that when she was 29, she was dating Willie Brown. I think very obviously for political purposes. I think that's weird. It tells me a little about her sociopathic personality that basically is required to become president. So I think she is just like anyone who wants to be president. Many of these people are willing to do anything in order to ascend to power. And that's basically a requirement for the arrogance to think that you should be president. Okay, so let's leave it at that. Now, I didn't say that in a sexist way. Note that I just put it in exactly the same terms of many people who want to climb to the very top are willing to do anything to do that. So I think in that context, it's fine. Now, I would not put it in an explicitly sexual terms the way that, I don't know who that guy was, the Fox Business analyst or whatever.
Let me tell you what his Twitter profile says, because you'll enjoy this.
Please, hit me.
It says, a father of 4, host of First Class Fatherhood.
Oof. All right. Yeah. See, would you talk about your daughter that way? Would you, want to talk about women that way? In general, like I said, this whole slut shaming thing, I wouldn't do it personally. I think talking about it in terms of what it reveals about character and background, I think that's totally on brand. And I think fine, in the same way that I think the talking about Trump and his sexual promiscuity, or especially sexual braggadocio in the past, reveals obviously something insecure about him and about his love of the tabloids and all of that. So in general, the reason why I don't trust Republicans to talk about this is probably the same reason that Mike Johnson's told them not to talk about DEI. It's not that it's not legitimate. It's that, can we really trust the people who brought us Todd Aiken, and who was the other one who made the comments about rape? Indiana? I'm forgetting his name. It's something. It's totally on the top of my head. But my point is that, can we really trust these boomers who are, or even people who are making hawk tool comments on national television, talking about the vice presidential candidate? Can we Can we trust them to talk about it in a nuance and I think in a way that could possibly make it a hit for the American people? No, I can't trust them about it.
Yeah.
Especially on the sexual thing, I would just let it be. I mean, look, like I said, when we've got Trump on the ticket too, let's all call it even.
I mean, this guy's argument that he made on Fox Business, which I've seen made, he's not the only one. This is being made, you know, online incessantly. The DEI thing,
Is
obviously.
it just going to be them agreeing with each other? Because if that's the case, I want to see someone defend these attacks. Here, one sec. I want to see someone defend these attacks. Let me speed this up, see if it gets to that.
Is being made by members of Congress and op-ed writers and whatever. Like, his argument about her is that she's black and she's a whore. Like, again, if that's where you want to go with this, good luck. Because the other thing is, part of how you know this is not an effective attack is Trump is not engaged in any of this.
I
You
would
know,
put past
but here's the thing.
I'm curious to see what he says.
Here's the thing, though, Tucker. Like, let me put my moralizing aside because I do think this is a disgusting thing to say about anyone. And I think the DEI thing too, I'm sure talk more about this, but whatever original like good faith critique of DEI programs that existed, which I share some of, by the way, like it's clearly just become a term for a slur for like a black person with a job. And that's the way it's been used typically. But the bigger problem with both the Haktua thing and the DEI thing is it reveals this like super niche, overly online type of brain. That was why Vivek didn't do well in his campaign. It was why Ron DeSantis didn't do well in his campaign, because they had these like niche online fixations, including a bizarre terminology that wouldn't even be familiar to most Americans. Like, to the extent that most Americans would know the term DEI, it would be like black people who find it to be basically a slur, black people who were increasingly open to a Republican message, by the way, or people who are just like, I don't even know what that means. Like, what are you even talking about? So that's why Trump he never talked about ESG, he never talked about DEI, he made fun of the fixation on wokeness because he saw it for being this like overly niche online concern that doesn't land for normie Americans. So outside of the fact that I think there are certain demographic groups that will find this type of language and attack repellent, I also think it's just like way too online.
I'm not willing to go there on DEI yet because DEI is a term that actually means something. Now, personally, I would not use DEI. I would just say affirmative action, which is.
Does DEI mean anything? Does it? Because I don't know. I've seen critical race theory come and go. And that was replaced by, it was critical race theory. And then it was, what was the second one? Oh, there was a second one. And then they dropped those talking points. Do y'all remember? CRT, DEI, and oh, damn it. I think I saved up. One second. Let me look on my phone real quick. Did I save it here? No, I didn't. Maybe I sent it to myself on Twitter or something. Nope. But there's been like 3 or 4 of these things. James Lindsay admitted that it was BS. Yes, that's the thing. They don't even need it to, like, once the initial hate wave passes by, they don't need it anymore. So they can just admit, yeah, no, it was just like kind of bullshit. We didn't really. I mean, yeah, it's like a little bit of a psyop that we're running. CRT, DEI, wokeness. They all mean the exact same thing. I just remembered where I saw it. One second. I don't think I can put a slur up on stream, huh? Like it's fucking true. Mr. Destiny, he just does not miss. Okay? Well, sometimes he misses. But we ignore those because we're total stans, okay? But that's what they think. That's what they think. That's the thought, and that's the word that comes out. Inward, CRT. Inward, woke. Inward, DEI. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. And honestly, it's really, really, really old and really, really boring. Because they don't actually give a fuck.
fuck about this. They don't give a fuck about this. It's just another quick, easy attempt to attack people that they disagree with. If you're not going to say any criticism of a discriminatory political or economic program is racist, if you're not going to say any criticism of a discriminatory political or economic program is racist, you haven't listened to a goddamn word I've said. Yeah, you know what? We'll have a short conversation. Jump in the fucking Discord. No, jump into the Discord. We're going to talk about this right now. You said that I'm not intelligent enough to have or have enough value to add to the conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. If I'm going to say any criticism of a discriminatory political or economic program is racist, when the fuck did I say that? Jump in the fucking Discord or like go away until next stream. That's not what I said. Okay, do you recognize that you're not listening to a word I'm saying and instead you're just like repeating the exact same things over and over?
I cannot hear a single thing you're saying.
You're not listening to a word I'm saying. You're hearing words, but you're inserting like 15 different layers of things into it that are not what I said.
Okay, what are you saying? I can barely hear you, by the way. Your mic is scratchy.
Oh, 1 second. It might have the wrong audio device on Discord because I haven't set that up yet.
First of all, you're also not frankly intelligent or have much of value to add to the conversation. You're not really well read on ideology. You're not really well read on economics. You're not really well read on almost any geopolitical history. You're frankly, like most shitlibs, like leftists actually know what they're talking about. Conservatives know what they're talking about. Liberals have no idea a single thing they pull out of their ass.
Okay, so for all of the people that you watch and you cite, let's take if you're feeling adventurous guy. Do you think that he listens to treatises from Dostoevsky and Jordan Peterson and fully comprehends and understands those things?
I'm certain. I've seen him watch lectures from Jordan Peterson on stream.
Okay, sure, but
anyway, this is besides the point.
Wokeness?
What did you want to debate me about? What did you want to debate me about?
You're the one that's saying that I'm unintelligent, so we're gonna go based off of what you just said.
You said that you wanted to
we're
debate
going
about
through it
DEI.
right now. We're going through it right now. So
you want to debate DEI?
We'll go through that, but let's go through what you just
So
said first.
I believe
you said that
it
I'm
is
not well
wrong
read on
for
it. Wait, hold
governments
on.
to
No, Mr. King of
redistribute-
here.
well,
this is
based on
my
right.
stream. All right. So first, we're going to go through what you just said. You said that I am not well read enough or on ideology on any issue, on any economic thing, basically anything that I talk about on a regular basis. I am just not educated on that stuff enough. So can you give me an example of, for instance, people that you say are like somehow smarter than me because you're citing them?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example right off the top of my head. Jordan Peterson has at least 106 hours on Dostoevsky, Mircea Eliade, Soren Kierkegaard. I've seen him talk about Ayn Rand. I've seen him talk about Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud. What?
First, I asked you about if you're feeling adventurous guy. Someone
Okay, if you're
comparable to my
feeling
side.
adventurous, I have seen him read, and listen to Jordan Peterson and all this. But
now, here's my second question on that.
I'm not just saying you.
Do
I'm
the
saying
videos-
liberals, like center left,
is
online
if you're feeling adventurous,
pro-establishment.
is he any of these things?
What was that?
Is if you're feeling adventurous, any of these things?
Stupid or unintelligent?
Well, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say a liberal or an pro-establishment neoliberal fascist like I am.
No, adventurous is a conservative.
Right. And yet...
So he's well-read. I told you he's well-read.
Do you want to do you want to make a bunch of money right now?
Sure. Sure, but
I have
what do you mean?
$100. I have $100. If
Okay.
we were to get, if you're feeling adventurous, on stream right now, or if he's not available right now, to get me a clip of if you're feeling adventurous, say like explaining any basic philosophical concept. Do you think that he would be able to do that? Do you think that he would be able to?
At least in terms of religious philosophy. I mean, in terms of maybe in complex ethical theory, like the trolley problem, maybe not that, but at least in terms of
the trolley problem. You don't think he would be able to do the trolley?
He
problem?
would probably do that.
Okay.
But I'm saying something more complex, like if he was to give about say the ethics of self-driving cars. I don't know if he would be able to give a treatise on that, but he's pretty well read on a lot of the theological and philosophical stuff.
No, he's not. This is what my major fucking issue with you constantly coming in and saying the same fucking things over and over and over at me about how I'm unintelligent, how I'm not well read because I don't look at enough philosophy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is what's so irritating because you look at the aesthetics of people reading things or knowing things instead of, the application of that knowledge. Because again, if we look at just this one guy that is of comparable size to me, compared to Jordan Peterson, right? If we're going to look at him, some that you cite and you talk about him all the fucking time, every single, not a single topic that we talked about did he hold strong on, except for
You mean adventurous, not Jordan Peterson?
Yes, I'm talking about the person that I talked to. When we talked, he conceded every single statement of fact. Every single one.
I don't remember. I mean, he conceded maybe some of the economic stuff, but towards the beginning, when it comes to January 6th and the Twitter files, I don't think he conceded that.
No, he didn't know anything about those, so he had to say, I'll have to take your word for that, or I'm not going to believe that. But he didn't have any basis in reality for literally anything that he said.
I wouldn't agree. I mean, I have disagreements with the guy. He's a little bit more anti-Israel than I am, but other than that, I'm for the most part think he's in. One
He
thing,
seems like a nice
another thing
guy,
I disagree with,
but he doesn't seem
is
like an
he's too much.
intelligent guy
He's
in
a
the
bit
way
of a
that
Christian
you're trying-
nationalist. He said the Talmud is satanic, so I disagree with his criticism of Jewish theology. But again, for the most part, on most issues, I mostly align with him.
That's sad.
But
Because
I'm not even saying, by the way, I'm not criticizing you as an individual. I'm sorry. I will say, I have been a bit abusive to you in the chat.
You
I
specifically
should
said you're not intelligent or have enough value to add to the
Well,
conversation.
can I just contextualize that? What I mean is not you as an individual, and I'm apologize. I said things which are a little bit too far, but generally speaking, the online Biden loaner box Destiny Sondsol, what's it called? I'm really what's it called? What's that guy's called? I'm really important or something like that.
Yeah.
Was that F-bombs, right? The entire center left.
I don't think that he is in that same group of people.
Who's not in the same group?
F-bombs for my brain.
Okay, we'll say F-bombs. We'll take them out. But Destiny Loaner Box, I'm really important. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All of these people, every single one of them is a cookie cutter clone. Same with Dylan Burns. They all have the same opinions, and very few of them seem like they actually have are well read. Like Lonerbox, I will say, is pretty well read on the Israel-Palestine stuff. But other than Lonerbox and the Israel-Palestine stuff, and maybe to an extent Dylan Burns on the Russia-Ukraine, Destiny was debating with 2 PhDs in Israel-Palestine when he read a Wikipedia article. Destiny doesn't know any fucking philosophy. Destiny doesn't know almost any economics or geopolitical history. Destiny barely knows political science.
Background,
I mean,
my guy?
the entire cookie cutter leftists know more than liberals, and conservatives know more than liberals.
You are anti-capital L liberal. Do you recognize that?
What do you mean capital L liberal?
I mean, the values of the Enlightenment, the very foundings of our government. If you think that like leftists are more correct than liberals,
I don't think they're more correct. I'm saying they're more educated. I agree, for example, with Destiny more than I agree with Norm Finkelstein.
Now, really quick, you're just so unbelievably wrong. Number one, on Destiny's background, I know that you were like 6 years old at the time, but the first couple of years of him getting into politics was him having philosophical debates with people in the most extreme like ways possible. That is how I first was introduced into philosophy. Okay, this is like a mapping of your brain. If we put it into a pie, like a pie graph, right? And we were like to weigh what you put importance on in terms of intelligence, it would be like 99%, like I would say it's probably like 90% knowledge on esoteric levels of philosophy, then about 8%, you'll say that someone's intelligent because they agree with you, and then 2% if they're factually correct. That's the problem that I have with you.
I'm not. It's not about agreement. Like I said,
no,
I agree with.
It is absolutely.
Can I just give the example? I'll let you speak
because you listed off like every time that we've had. I get angry at you in chat. You list off a name of the most unbelievably insipidly fucking vapid fucking human beings in the entire commentary, like political commentary space, in order to justify your stupid fuck ass fucking like 5-paragraph long screes of the exact same thing, like it was like an AI generated comment. Do you recognize? Like, I don't think that Jordan Peterson is stupid, except for when he talks about politics, because he was buck broken by and I'll say the leftists online like buck broke him. His masculinity was completely fucking destroyed, and he has been on a mission like completely demoralized ever since to prove that he is, like actually, smarter than these leftoids, which he didn't need to do. That's why he lost his fucking PhD. That's why he lost his fucking job at the university.
He didn't lose his PhD. He lost his medical license.
Oh, he lost one of those two things.
Okay.
You
can't lose a degree, but I get what you're saying. I mean, maybe I'm not phrasing it correctly because of my autism or probable autism. I haven't been diagnosed, but I believe I'm on.
We're not going to use the autism to say that you.
But let me just rephrase it real quick.
Okay.
What I mean to say is not that I agree with somebody, therefore they're intelligent, because on almost every issue, other than maybe like one or two issues, I have way more in common with a liberal than I do with a leftist, right? I have way more in common with you than I do with Idan Simpson. Idan Simpson would probably kill me and call me a Zionist freak.
Probably.
The reason why I say that is it just seems that leftists and conservatives, so people on the quote-unquote political extremes, people hardcore either way, seem to know more about history, seem to know more about politics, seem to know more about economics, seem to know more about like having a coherent philosophical ideology than the only sort of classical liberal center-left person who I know who's I would consider pretty well read on like history and philosophy is Zarathustra's Serpent, and he's so incredibly small, and he's probably to the right of Destiny on almost every issue. He's probably closer to Sitch and Adam on most things.
Okay.
Like
what you consider to be markers of intelligence are not markers of intelligence. They are markers of knowledge. Knowledge does not equal intelligence, which is why I think that you're probably smart, right? I don't know if it's average or above average, but you're not a fucking genius. But you have a lot of knowledge, right? The problem is, it's becoming increasingly difficult to even say that you're intelligent because the way that you engage with the knowledge that you have accrued is the stupidest, fucking useless way possible. It is like, I have to think of a different word.
Your
One
mic, can you remove whatever is covering up your mic? Because you're pretty low in volume.
You can right click my name, or if you're on phone, then you can like click on my name and you can turn me up there, because on my end, I'm like almost
You're at
kicking out.
max volume on my end.
Let me see.
Is there any way you could increase it just like at least by a couple notches?
There really isn't. I can talk closer to the mic.
Okay. Yeah, this is better. A little bit better.
Okay. So,
and by the way, I do believe the things I look into are esoteric, but like at the end of the day, before getting into political theory, in my opinion, it's better to have a coherent understanding of philosophy, psychology, and theology before political theory.
I have a pretty basic understanding of like most things to do with philosophy, and I have like a pretty like decent understanding of political ideologies. I've read more
and maybe
than you think
political
that I do.
ideology because you're a political science student. But I'll list off like 5 names. Okay, let's see if you know any of them. Do you know who Martin Heidegger is?
Yes.
You know. Okay. Do you know who Soren Kierkegaard is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who? Well, you know who Nietzsche is. I don't know if you know who Dostoevsky is.
I know who Dostoevsky. I can't say his name, but yes, I know who he is.
Do you know who Mircea Eliade is?
That one sounds familiar, but I don't know as much about them if I do know anything.
Okay. Fair enough. And like, for example, do you know what like Martin Heidegger's idea of phenomenology was?
I had to do that. I had to look into that for a philosophy class that I was in. It's been like 4 years, and it's not been relevant. I've probably come across it once or twice in the past like 2 years, but to be honest, the concepts are the more important thing to me, and I do not memorize or like care about the individuals that are saying them.
Well, phenomenology is a concept, not just an individual.
Well, sure, but you're like asking me about the individual and his concept of it. Whereas the idea of phenomenology might have evolved since he passed.
Well, it has. I mean, there's do you know who Sartre is?
Sartre? Yeah.
Yeah.
The French?
Yes, yeah, there's Sartre, I mean Heidegger, so there are different approaches to phenomenology. But like the thing is, I don't even know if Destiny even knows who most of these people are. Like,
yes, Destiny knows who all of these people
I saw on stream admitted he didn't even read Crime and Punishment. And he's like 25 years old. How old is Destiny again?
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, so he's in his 30s and he hasn't, I don't know if he's even read Crime and Punishment. But like,
it doesn't matter.
But it kind of does matter because these, what I'm saying is the metaphysics and the epistemology and the ethics come before politics.
Yeah, but everybody engages with these things, whether they know they are or aren't. Which is why knowing what like a certain person said about a certain concept, even if a person doesn't know that concept, even if a person doesn't even know the concept, they're still engaging in it. Like utilitarianism or deontology or, you know, virtue ethics, or like you might subscribe to any of these things and not even know it because you don't know the words for these things because it's not relevant in most people's lives. It's not relevant to know what any of these things mean. It's not relevant for any of that. Having a baseline is probably really good, and it's something that I'm interested in having a baseline in, right? So that I can have, like, if I get into a conversation about philosophy, then I can engage with those concepts. But I'm not going to be able to sit here and explain to you like what specifically this person said because I'm not studying like any philosophy right now. And something that I'm not sure if like you're even old enough to have recognized this in yourself.
I've memorized more than you? Do you believe in general I've probably memorized more than you? or on that subject?
Well, I was just about to say, I don't know if you're old enough to have like recognized this phenomenon of like human existence, but like we eventually forget stuff. Right now, your autistic hyperfixation. Sorry, I say autistic hyperfixation. You're actually autistic. I'm not attacking you. It's just turn of phrase. But like your hyperfixation right now is on philosophy. So you know a lot about it and you put a lot of importance on it. Yeah. But like, you're probably, well, actually, I don't know how autism works. Maybe you'll be like super interested in it forever and like you'll be able to like know all these things. But like, if you study this stuff in like a year, 2 years, once you've found something new, you're probably going to forget a lot of the specifics of those things. Or if you've even read a book, it might be like just that you're too young, that you don't have like the time span to recognize that you've forgotten something until like it comes back up again. But like, that's just a normal fucking thing.
Well, do you believe at least of now, not just memorize, but do you believe I've looked more into this specific subject than you have?
Yeah, but I don't think that you can engage on any of them because you're accruing knowledge. You're not like demonstrating them.
Have I accrued more knowledge in a specific subject over the course of my lifetime compared to you, or no? I'm just asking for your personal assessment.
I genuinely have no way to know.
Okay, fair enough. But if you want the reason, it's just because I feel the problem is politics is about team sports, and team sports are fine to some extent.
Politics is not about team sports. You're already wrong. Politics is not about team sports. You're wrong.
Well, it's not in principle, but I'm saying in American online politics, that's how people treat it. Which is why I don't care as much about politics as I care about fundamental ideology, because fundamental ideology is more important than like what label you call yourself.
How about you just like criticize people based off of the things that they say instead of your perceived like this is the thing. If someone is like demonstrably like just incorrect on something, they're demonstrably wrong. They are not correct, right? Or they like you bring something up to them and they're not able to they're not really able to engage because they don't understand the concepts behind it. Then like, yeah, you can call that person stupid then, right? But you don't do that. What you do is you ask for a list of books that people have read that like you probably haven't had time to read all of the books like that you've been like spouting off at me.
Well, not just books, but lectures.
Sure.
Videos.
Have you read of all the things that you have been demanding that I like look into? Have you read cover to cover all of these books?
I haven't. I mean, not cover to cover. I haven't read. I haven't read Heidegger. I've read a little bit of Jaspers, and I've read some Hannah Arendt. I've read some Ayn Rand. Heidegger specifically is a bit too much of a tomb for me for now, but I still have listened to like hours-long lectures on the guy.
Oh wow! Congratulations! You've done like basically the exact same amount of like effort and research into this topic as I did. Except I did it like fucking 4 years ago. Wait, what year is it? It's 24. 3 years ago is when I did it.
I don't believe you've read at least or listened to as many lectures as I have. I mean, I don't
literally
disbelieve you, but I just have to have
my entire YouTube was just philosophy lectures. I was in conversations both on and off stream with PhD PhD students in philosophy who, I mean, honestly, I could get them on right now to like prove my point, but like it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, for me to prove to you, what's aggravating is that you keep on coming into my chat and you keep on saying that I'm not intelligent, I'm too stupid, I don't know these things, and then you take the word of people who have never even heard of these fucking people, like as statements of fact. When like
who have I listened to who haven't heard of these people?
I'm going to say I'm the adventurous guy. I'm going to say
he's talked to me about Hegel, about Heidegger. He's referenced Jung.
I cannot wait to see a clip of him trying to talk about philosophy. I'm not gonna lie. I think that would be incredibly funny to watch.
I can't currently clip him because he has a verified only account on Twitch, so I have to be in his kick chat. because I don't have a verified only account.
Hmm.
It's with an email, not a phone, so I couldn't clip it.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Why it's so fucking aggravating for you to constantly say these things and then cite people like him who don't have any basis in reality for like basically goddamn anything that he says?
He is a little bit more conspiracy minded than like I
little?
would personally be, but
No,
either way,
no. Don't say like you would, like more than you would personally be, because you were saying those exact fucking conspiracies.
He is
in
more
my chat.
like, for example, like I said, he said the Mossad is responsible for
You
Jeffrey
only
Epstein.
care about the conspiracies that would include you in them.
No, I don't.
Give me an example that doesn't have to do with Jews or with libertarian. Well, yeah, give me one that you disagree with that doesn't have to do with Jews, because you've referenced three.
I'll give you one. For example, he says that all the vaccines, he would never take a vaccine even if he took $1 million, because it's almost certainly going to give myocarditis. Although I think the vaccines are way more or quite a bit more dangerous than Biden said, I don't agree with him that they're as dangerous as he says. I believe I have a more nuanced approach on the issue than him.
Your nuanced approach is to fucking scream in my chat over and over and over about the what is the term that you use for the vaccine?
I just said I agree with him that
what's the word that you use when you talk about the vaccine?
I'm between you and his position. I'll say you take the pro-vaccine, he's anti-vaccine, and I'm neutral.
What is
what I'm saying?
No, you're not neutral, because you've argued with me until
I'm more neutral than him, is what I'm saying.
No, you're not neutral, because you think that the COVID
not
vaccines...
neutral, more neutral relative to him.
Do you know what neutral means?
Compared to him, I am not as militantly anti-vaccine. You asked for something I disagree with him. That's an example.
You have come into my chat time and time again, and I'm going to ask you again. What is the term that you call the vaccines in my chat?
The mRNA quote unquote vaccine. I say
that's
it's not
one thing, but there's another funnier name that you use.
I've said clot shot in the past.
Oh, the clot shot.
But that was to trigger you.
Yeah. So do you recognize that you're just as retarded as him on that? Because every single time I try to ask you for proof of that, you send me a video.
The clot shot thing was just intentionally to trigger you. That was because
no, I'm talking about just the concept that you think that the vaccine is bad.
I don't think it's it depends on the demographic. I think, for example, pregnant women, I've heard studies that there's problems with miscarriages. I've heard there's some problems with older demographics and myocarditis. For young men, I don't think it's necessary, but I am not completely against the vaccine. It shouldn't have been mandated.
Did
have
you
a lot of more negatives.
Spend days and days in my chat boo-hooing because I would time you out for saying retarded shit about the vaccine that you don't even believe?
I do agree with that. I do stand by the fact that there are quite a few people who have gotten myocarditis because of it. I just don't agree it's as bad as he said. I can disagree with two positions. I can be in between two extremes.
You know what? This was a useless fucking conversation. I don't know why the fuck I brought you in here. This is the issue. You're super nice and
is there any
chill
specific political issue or policy, or even Kamala Harris or DEI that you want to talk to me about? Because the original reason.
What did I say about DEI that would imply that anyone who brings up DEI is racist?
You yourself said that if you criticize DEI, you're basically saying the N-word. So I'm not arguing.
Yeah, I said when conservatives do that, yes, because they're because I have criticisms of DEI, of CRT, of wokeness. I have plenty of disagreements with those on a regular basis. I've talked about them, but when conservatives do them, like we are seeing in real time with Kamala Harris right now, why are they using these specific attacks?
Because she's an incompetent neoliberal idiot who's corrupt, and that's why. Because
they have no idea what they're supposed to attack her on, so they immediately see that she's black and a woman.
Beyond her sleeping to the top, here's some policies. We should end the Fed.
Hold on, the criticism was of the conservatives. You're not
done the COVID regime.
Also, you're not even listening. When you listed out all those policies, I didn't say list off your policies. I said
no,
they should be
all contradict her. She wants
criticize
She
her
does not want to end the
policies.
Fed. She does not want to cut
criticize
taxes.
her
She does not want
policies.
to cut the welfare state. She does not want to
Oh
secure
my
the
God.
border.
Yeah,
She
this
does
was
not.
useless. Never mind. Yeah, sorry. Let's go back to this.
Basically a slur. Black people who were increasingly open to a Republican message, by the way, or people who are just like, what are you, I don't even know what that means. Like, what are you even talking about? So
no, you went on a fucking screed when I was trying to explain to you. Hey, Akana boy, do you want to talk to this kid? He's been begging me to get you into a conversation with him for a long time. All right. Akana boy's gonna jump in. Yow, how's it going? Hello? Akana boy? Test, test. Can anyone hear me?
Okay, is it working now?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you say you wanted to debate me about? Because you said, what do I disagree with Kamala Harris
No,
about?
you went on a scree about like what policy positions that you want that are like you're not criticizing her policies.
Okay, here's some policies I criticize her. She wants to raise taxes. She wants to increase the welfare
Sure,
state.
can you show me what policy that she has that is going to be raising taxes? Can you show me what the
I
bill
know
is?
for a fact she wants to raise taxes.
But you're not telling me like what the bill is.
Okay, fuck that. No, she does not want to cut taxes. I know for a fact Kamala Harris does not want to cut taxes. I want to cut taxes. That's a policy I disagree with her about.
That's not a policy. That is a concept. Do you recognize the difference?
No. You've added nothing of value to the conversation. I just explained what I
Okay,
disagree
retard,
with.
I'm about to go really fucking hard on you because I'm fucking sick and tired of you. What you said was, I want to lower taxes and she wants to raise taxes. Can you give me an example, a single fucking example of a tax that she wants to increase? Like, literally.
Income tax and corporate tax.
All right, how much?
I don't know why any increase I would disagree with. I want to cut it. I want to abolish the welfare state and abolish Uncle Sam's Federal Reserve. I know for a fact no Democrat is going to do that.
Okay, yeah, and no Republican is either. Nobody that is ever going to get into office is ever going to do any of the things that you say that you want to do. You recognize that, right?
Yes, Thomas Massey. I'm sure he would do that if he was president. Ron Paul would have done that. If Trump had Vivek Ramaswamy in his cabinet, I'm sure he would.
You're
have done
retarded because Vivek Ramaswamy was never going to get elected. None of those people were ever going to get elected. None of those people had a fucking shot at the fucking White House. Why? Because none of the things that they say that are the things that you want. None of those things are ever going to happen because it would cause an absolutely unbelievable fucking cascade of fucking miserable
Uncle Sam
fucking.
has led an imperialist.
Who is Uncle Sam?
fascist
Tell me who he is right now. Shut the fuck up until you
regime.
tell me who he is. Shut the fuck up until you tell me who he is.
America.
America. Who is America? Who is this boogeyman? Tell me right now.
The American government.
The American government. All of the American government?
The deep state.
The deep state. Who is part of the deep state?
You know.
Do you have any examples of who is part of the deep state?
Oh, fucking Victoria Nuland, Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all of these people.
Okay, so can you show me like
Biden?
any way, like, so are they part of like some sort of secret club, or is there some sort of
Yes,
like, okay.
yes, almost all of them are aligned with the WEF, Council on Foreign Relations.
Hold on, that's not the, hold on, what the fuck are you talking about? I asked about the deep state, not separate organizations that they're a part of.
You asked
What
are
is
they
the
part
deep
of a
state?
club? Victoria Nuland, Joe Biden, Obama, Hillary and Bill
What is
Clinton.
the deep state?
I would say the three-letter agencies, the Department of Education.
Well, I thought it was a
the
bunch of
FDA.
individuals like Obama and Victoria Nuland. Now it's the three-letter agencies. Is every single person in there complicit?
Jerome Powell, he's part of the Federal Reserve. But you understand what I'm talking about, the swamp.
No, I'm not. No. I want you to. I'm the
neoliberal
fucking
fascist
retarded
bureaucrat.
liberal. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm the retarded liberal here. I don't know anything. Tell me. I'm trying to figure out. I want to be on your side. So tell me right now. What is the deep state? What is it?
The deep state is an overarching concept of the corrupt neoliberal fascistic bureaucrats who work for the donors and to screw over the American people by having more power in the federal government.
Okay, so it is. I'm sorry. I'm going to type that out. Each one of the qualifiers that you added on there. Let me go ahead and do this. Not now. Uh-oh. I accidentally just doxed the support number of my internet provider. Okay, so you said the neoliberal fascist. What was the next one?
You can throw an imperialist, but I wouldn't even throw an
imperialist.
I wouldn't even say necessarily imperialist because it also applies.
Oh, so not imperialist. Okay, so let's change.
You can
the
include it
qualifier.
or not include it. It doesn't matter. But yes.
No, it does matter because you're telling me that there's this big, deep, fucking crazy thing that's going on.
Most of them are imperialists. Some of them are not.
Okay,
I don't
I'm
know
going to put imperialist. Okay. Okay. So what else? What other qualifiers can we add on to the deep state? Who else is part of the deep state? What else? Like, is the deep state?
Basically, the politicians who work for special interests instead and want more power in the federal government arbitrarily.
Hold on, stop. You're going off on a ramble. Politicians who work for special interests. Can you really quick, hold on, Econo Boy, before you like jump in here, I just need to get like a definition down here because he's been talking about this deep state for so fucking long. I need him to tell me. So we have politicians who work for the special interests. Let's take a little side tangent here. When you say special interests, who the fuck are you talking about? What are the special interests?
Klaus Schwab, Nazi, WEF, great.
Hold on, don't just fucking list off a bunch of fucking things. Tell me what a special interest is.
Klaus Schwab.
Carl Schwab is a special interest. He himself is a special interest.
My stuff's working.
You understand the general vibe of what I'm talking about.
No, I don't want you to, because everything that you criticize me for being a fucking retarded liberal is based off of these overarching vibes. You don't have any idea of what the fuck you're talking about. When I ask you for a definition of the big bad evil guy that is ruining everything and turning, all the white people against the Jews so that they help the Palestinians murder all of you, when we talk about the deep state, ruining everybody's lives with a fucking economic fucking warfare that they're doing, when we talk about the deep state going after Donald Trump and all the lawfare that they're using against him, I think that you might have a single fucking unified fucking definition of what the deep state is, who is involved, how they do it, and for what purpose. But instead, you're listing off a bunch of fucking buzzword names, contradictory fucking labels like neoliberal fascist. Do you realize that you are the actual scum of the fucking earth, lower than fucking dirt in terms of IQ? You are literally subhumanly unintelligent. All right, Econo Boy, my point has been made. No fucking shit, it's me, you fucking retarded scumfuck. You've been fucking harassing me in my chat for fucking months. Shut the fuck up. You have been harassing me in my chat and then crying to me in my DMs for a fucking year. And then you're gonna come in here when I'm already fucking pissed at you. You're being mean when all of the things that I criticize you for being retarded about, I literally don't even know how to define. Yeah, fucking oh man, there's something I want to say, but I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube. Wow. Econo Boy, it's all yours. I'm muting for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, what's up, King of Here? I don't know. Sondsol just said you wanted to talk, and I've got some time before my my little podcast starts.
Well, I don't even know what Sonsol's trying to ask. I said he's not retarded. I mean, I think he's. I think he's uninformed.
Debate Econo Boy. You wanted to talk about economics and the fucking what is it? The Austrian School of Economics with their praxeology.
Sonsol's really uninformed.
Econo Boy, do you want to talk about economics?
Yeah, sure, but I just
here's
don't know
basically
what
we should do in terms of the economy. Abolish all central banks. Cut most taxes, abolish every single cent of welfare program, abolish most regulatory agencies. Basically, I want what Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek advocated for in terms of economics. Uncle Sam has caused a boom-bust cycle enforcing the petrodollar, and recently Russia and China and BRICS have had to liberate some of the global south countries from Uncle Sam's control because he's enforced this dollar because Wall Street pays him to. No, we need to go to genuine free markets based on mutual agreement and prosperity, and that'll lead to economic growth and get rid of a lot of the boom-bust nonsense.
That doesn't really make any sense. I mean, I think we had boom-bust cycles before we had central banks, right? So
no, the boom. Really... So have you ever read any Austrian theory?
I've definitely read some Austrian theory in my day.
Well, to my understanding, the way the Austrians see it is because the Federal Reserve prints more money than there is in the population. This necessarily leads to inflation, which leads to overspending, which leads to a boom-bust cycle in the business cycle.
Well, again, the Federal Reserve has only existed since 1913, and the Great Moderation, in terms of a strong-handed Fed, has only existed for the last 40 or 50 years, right? So we would have to, like, by that model, we'd have to explain why there were so many recessions and so many banking crises and so many problems with the economy, like, and not just problems, but there was a much more volatile economic, state of output before the central bank than after. Like, that theory doesn't account for that information.
Well, okay. I thought, and I've read articles from or ancient pamphlets from Mises and Hayek, where basically the outline is, so the Keynesian theory is when you spend money, the consumers will give the money to businesses, which is economic growth. But the inverse is true. When you give money, they'll spend it, but then they won't, because of the inflation, they won't have enough money for future products, which leads to a crash after the initial boom, and then that crash has to be supplied with more government spending ad infinitum, right? I thought that was the general theory. Or do I have that wrong? Am I misrepresenting that?
I'm sure you have a better understanding. I mean, if you're an Austrian, you probably have a better understanding of, like, what the claims are of Austrian theory, right? But I'm just saying that if the claim is that we should get rid of central banks because the federal government and the Federal Reserve, I guess the Federal Reserve really is, like, the reason why we have boom and bust cycles, you'd have to explain why before the Federal Reserve existed, we had more boom and bust cycles and they were worse, right?
Well, it's not just the boom. That's just one of many problems. Another problem is inflation.
Okay.
Another problem is distortion of interest rates because it's always higher or lower than the natural demand rate would be. And there are so many other problems I could list. Debt, right? The dollar has lost 97% of its value compared to where it originally was. There's no way. I mean, even leftists agree the Federal Reserve is bad. The difference is they want to transition to a socialist based economy without central banking currency, right? They want a classless, stateless. I don't agree with that. I believe we should just get rid of the government and economics. I don't agree with the socialist idea of, like, stateless or classless.
I mean, I guess so. I don't really. I mean, for the most part, I think that leftists are, well, it depends on the kind of leftist you're talking to. Obviously, people left of center are generally not.
Well, do you know who Ben Norton is?
I don't know who Ben Norton is. I'm not sure if he's a representative of the whole left, but I mean, if we think
so
of,
he's a progressive. He hosts the Geopolitical Economy Report, and basically he was saying that he believes. So he is a communist, and he advocates for policies where he basically wants to working class economies of production, but he believes the problem with Federal Reserves is that they basically lead to spending increased capitalism and imperialism. I disagree with that. I don't think the problem is capitalism. I think the problem is cronyism. I think the problem is fascism, not capitalism.
I'm not surprised that there's some people on the left who would be against the Federal Reserve, but there's a lot of people on the right who are in favor of the Federal Reserve, right? So it's just a matter of who's actually representative, right? Like, generally speaking, the left of people left of center are not in favor of getting rid of the Federal Reserve.
You have to let him respond. When you say something, you have to let him respond.
People left of center aren't, I don't think, generally in favor of getting rid of the Fed, but we've already talked. I mean, you're unwilling to address the empirics of your claim. It seems like if you want to talk about welfare, we can as well.
I gave you a statistic of 97% of the value of the dollar originally has been lost.
Well, that doesn't do anything to counter the claim of whether or not there have been more and worse boom bust cycles before the Federal Reserve.
No, I said that's one problem. There are many problems with the Federal Reserve. Boom bust is one of them. But even if
so we're giving up on that one problem, then we're not going to address that one problem.
We don't have to focus on it. We can focus on it another time because it's not an issue I'm as well read about compared to the other ones. I've heard it, it's just I'm not as well read about. But I do know for a fact inflation has, by definition, increased when you increase the currency supply. And I know for a fact that Wall Street, under the Federal Reserve, has increased inflation since the dollar.
Yeah, but well, you'd have to. You're begging the question, right? So obviously, it could be the case that increased inflation is actually a good thing, and it's not necessarily the case that increased money printing causes inflation, right? So those are two facts that have not been historically demonstrated.
Can be a good thing, but only in limited degrees, right? Most inflation is almost always worse than deflation, but there's some when it comes to population growth, there are some exceptions to the rule. But there's a difference between a little bit of inflation or a healthy rate of inflation and losing 97% of that. And clearly, you can see it's gone way too far. And I don't think any honest actor with more than 2 brain cells to rub together can look at that situation. Unless, like,
well, I don't think that unless we're going to allege some sort of globally coordinated conspiracy of like every mainstream economist who holds to the
I don't
view
care
that
what economists say. I care about what facts say.
Okay,
you haven't
but
said
you're
a single
saying
fact.
unless
You've
you
only been referencing individuals that you're taking their
Right.
word for it.
Well, you're saying like if you unless you don't have 2 brain cells to rub together. So it's like we have to assume 2 things, or we have to assume one of 2 things. Either there's a global coordinated conspiracy, or every economist on the planet.
Not every economist. I just listed Mises and Hayek were both against central banking.
There's no mainstream, and when I say mainstream, I mean like 95% of economists who work in policy would say central banks are probably good, and the idea of a lower bound inflation target.
I don't care what economists say. Let's focus on facts.
Okay, if you don't care what economists say, I don't know why you're bringing up Mises.
How about we focus on what facts of reality say? How about we focus on that?
Okay, so if we're not going to focus on if we're not going to focus on economists, then I don't know why you're bringing up Mises all the time. Now, when it comes to the fact of the reality, you just keep repeating the statement, oh, well, we've lost 97% of our, dollars value over time. But I would wager that what most people would prefer, like if you presented them 2 scenarios. I don't care what most people prefer.
Let's focus on.
Well, hold on, King. I'm trying to.
I don't care what
illustrate
most
the
people
point.
prefer.
Okay.
Do you care to provide
it's okay. You have no facts to back your point up. So listen.
I'm going to put a quick
now,
pause because Panda can't control himself. Panda, you are projecting this entire conversation so far. You say you want to focus on facts. When he asks you about the empirics, you drop that point and you.
I said 97% of the dollar has lost inflation.
Don't you dare fucking speak over me right now. You have no fucking right. Shut the fuck up. You said
Sondsol
that you want to drop the empirical fucking argument about the boom bust cycle. You say, well, I don't care about that. That's only one part. Here's this guy, Heidegger, and he says this. And then Econoboy says, well, I don't know why would we ignore, all of these other, like mainstream economists. Well, I don't care what economists say. I care about facts. Now here again, I'm going to relay out once again for the 45th time, this one guy's opinion on something. Do you recognize that you are projecting the exact thing that you keep on criticizing everybody else in the fucking world for, except for the retards that you watch on fucking Twitch, okay? You're engaging in the exact same thing. You're engaging in the exact same fucking thing. Let Econoboy fucking respond.
I don't want to appeal to authority. I'm just saying it doesn't matter.
No, you're not. It's not appealing to authority. You're saying that he can't appeal to literally any like broad consensus on like economics from the worldwide fucking like scholarly study of the economy. He's not allowed to reference them. Shut up. But the second that he tries to push back, you say, I don't want to fucking hear about that. What I want to hear about is facts. Here's what Heidegger said about this theoretical thing. You're not giving any facts. Bring a fucking statistic or never say another fucking person's name again.
97% of the value of the dollar has been lost. That's a statistical fact.
Okay,
cool.
King,
now it's his turn.
You didn't let me finish my point, right?
Okay,
so
respond to
that. Number one, what you just referenced isn't a study, right? So there's a statistic, the value of the dollar over time. We can see that one unit of currency, $1, one single dollar of currency, the purchasing power of that dollar, that single dollar has gone down over time. That's not a contested fact. Nobody with 2 brain cells to rub together would contest that fact, right?
I'm saying it's a bad thing.
I was trying to illustrate exactly, right? So I'm trying to illustrate why that it's not necessarily a bad thing. Well,
then you'd be wrong.
I don't think we would care necessarily about the purchasing power of a single dollar. We would care about the purchasing power of individuals, right? And so if we could create a system, which is essentially what we've done in the last 40 or 50 years, and it's not perfect, obviously. Like I would advocate for a radical transformation of our welfare state. You would just advocate for getting rid of it, and our ownership productive apparatus, right? But if we could create a scenario where the value of a single dollar goes down, but the amount of dollars that people have available to them goes up, then that's probably not a worse scenario because the purchasing power of individuals goes up over time.
That
because
proves
their
you don't
wages
know
and
what you're
consumption goes
talking
up over time.
Because
right?
if you give people more money, but that money is worth less, that creates more instability. Because sure, people might have more money in the short term, but if long term it leads to more inflation, that's going to lead to spending, inflation.
Well,
inflation
we're not allowed to talk. We're not allowed to talk about that though, because you said you don't want to talk about the empirics of whether or not money printing causes inflation, and you don't want to talk about the
Inflation
empirics of
does
whether or
lead to
not
inflation.
central banks cause recessions. Right. Well, I've already established the idea that money printing does not necessarily lead to inflation.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so
Yes, it does.
if we
Let
look
me
at
know for a fact,
simple,
if you have
Panda,
$5
if you want
in
to
economy-
fucking like ever have any respect, like anyone respect you in your entire fucking life, you're gonna have to listen to what they say as well.
well,
I
just
do.
here's an example. Okay, Panda.
I disrespect
You're not.
both
You're,
of you.
you're just not
here's a
listening to the
question.
fucking question.
I
Or
don't
here's a
respect
question,
either
Panda.
of you.
Panda.
then why the fuck
well,
are you in my fucking Discord? Get the
Panda,
fuck out.
just listen. Just listen. Hold on. Panda, if I printed $1 trillion worth of currency and then buried it in my backyard, does that cause inflation?
No, but that's never what happens. So
All right. So we've established the idea that just printing money doesn't cause inflation, right? You can't just print money and cause inflation, right?
if you get print money and give it to people,
Okay, right. So you have to circulate that currency, right? It has to circulate in order to cause inflation. Fair enough?
Yeah, but nobody contests
Okay.
that. That's what people mean when I say money printing.
Okay.
The money printing is
So
never just buried in the backyard.
The speed at which, well, sometimes it is, right?
Well, it's never.
The equivalent of burying your money in the backyard might be putting it in savings, right? You're not circulating that money. It's not causing any sort of consumption-based inflation when you save money.
No, but that savings is going to
right?
go to future spending. It might not be spent now, but in the future, it's going to be spent.
Well, okay, for instance, we could test this theory out. In Japan, this is what they said for a long time in Japan. They said, well, in Japan, because of the aging population and because of all the aggregate savings of people and all these people retiring, it'll cause inflation. That everyone's going to start spending their savings, and all of a sudden inflation's going to happen in Japan. That didn't happen, right? That didn't come online. Didn't happen in South Korea where the same thing's happening either. It's not happening in China where the same thing's happening. So we have to, our analysis has to be a little bit more complex than just money printing causes inflation. That just doesn't seem to be the case, historically speaking. Now, it's not that money, like for instance, if I were to print not a trillion, because clearly the upper bound's higher than that. If I were to print $5 trillion, right, and distribute it amongst various people, it's obviously the case that that's going to cause some level of inflation. But the Austrians take this very like one-to-one, view where it's like, oh yeah, the reason we have inflation is because of money printing. But you can have inflation without money printing, and you can have money printing without inflation. So we have to think more critically about how inflation exists.
It's very hard for there to be inflation without money printing unless there's a decrease or what do you say? Unless there's something with the population rates or something like that, or maybe immigration could affect that. But generally speaking, like if you don't have much money printing, there's very little inflation.
There's tons of ways you could have inflation without
maybe theoretically, but not in
printing.
practice.
Yes, in practice. I mean, look, we had a global pandemic where we did print a lot of money, and there's some you could contest whether what proportion of inflation exists because of the money printing or because of the global supply chain problems. But nobody contests that the global supply chain problems cause some level of inflation. Like obviously, when we have but
you're dealing with
constriction
margins.
of supply chains.
I don't disagree, but you have to focus on the forest, not the trees. You can say an individual factor. We have to focus on what the vast majority cause. If you focus on every little nook and cranny, you're not going to focus on what the real issue is. So sure, maybe 20% of inflation prices in America after the pandemic had to do with lockdowns.
Well, for instance, the money supply increased by about 30% because of the quantitative easing on account of COVID. But we only had 9% inflation. So how does that work, King?
Well, some of that had to do with the fact that people had to buy more essential goods during COVID. Some of that had to do with other things. I'm not saying it's simplistic, but what I'm saying is it's undoubtable the $7 trillion the Biden administration pumped, and for that matter, the trillions Trump pumped into the economy were both pretty bad given their inflationary effects. What we should have done, we shouldn't have done any lockdowns. We should not have done any of that. We should not have done money. We could have given people maybe, I would have been fine with like some PPP loans to keep businesses afloat, and maybe some social distancing local. But it's clear the government was way too heavy-handed, and if we didn't have a Federal Reserve, this problem wouldn't have been exacerbated to the level it did. I don't think that's even debatable. You can say inflation's sometimes a good thing. I don't disagree. It's sometimes a good thing, but again, 97% is way too far for me.
Well, my only argument is that whilst we've had this sort of level of inflation over time after getting rid of the gold standard, we've had wage growth that far outpaces inflation for a consistent enough period of time that people's standards of living has increased to a significant degree, right? Well, I'm just saying the gold standard, when we got rid of the gold standard, we ended up having a period of inflation during the 70s, the stagflation of the 70s, but then when we had a strong central bank, the inflation comes down significantly. But even throughout all that period, we've had... we're comparing our worlds, right? So like in my world, which is the world we live in today, obviously I would change a lot of things about our policy, but the fundamental view of having a central bank that controls basically inflation in part through interest rates would remain around. And in that world that we live in, we've had consistently stable and low inflation, and we've had wages increasing beyond inflation, which is to say that people are better off on an individual basis.
You're simply wrong. Every single action the Federal Reserve has done since its inception has statistically increased inflation significantly higher than if we transition to a free banking system, and there is no way you can contest that honestly.
Well, I'm not aware of many empirical examples of free banking, so I'm not sure how you could make such a strong claim about the efficacy of free banking.
There actually were a couple of studies about free banking in Scotland, but I know for a fact in the free banking system there wouldn't be political pressure to give Wall Street all this money, and the neoliberals and the fascists in the deep state wouldn't have so much cronyism because you basically have free association. There's not the corrupt incentives under a free banking system like there is.
We had central for I don't know how long, for 30 years or something like that. We had central banking without quantitative easing. So if your criticism is of
I'm against all central
printing
banking
money and
I'm against
creating
all
swaps,
central banking, including I'm against, even if it was pinned to the gold standard and there was a central bank, I would still be against that. I'm against all central banking.
I understand. Well, you're against central banking. Well, I have to go in a minute, but I don't think you have a strong case against central banking. If you want, we can talk about welfare.
97% inflation rate.
Well, you keep repeating that, but you're not really addressing the empirical reality that people are actually better off because their wages are increasing beyond the inflation rate.
The wages have not compared. Well, first of all, wages are not higher wages. Is not necessarily a good thing. It can be, but too much stimulus.
I have a hard time thinking of an example where higher wages is a bad thing. Maybe if you're a drug addict or something.
In the economy that can lead to inflation, but again.
Well, that's not wages, that's stimulus. Those are two different things, right?
There's no reason for there to be a Federal Reserve when we know for a fact it's just given trillions to Wall Street. None of it has served the American people. It's led to, again, 97% devaluation. I mean, I don't think you can even be an honest actor and not admit this. But if you want to disagree...
again, if you want to claim that every single economist, across the whole fucking world, basically, is being dishonest when they say, we believe in central banking, we believe in a lower bound inflation target that's controlled by a central bank. And when I say every economist, I mean 95% of economists. If you think 95% of economists in the world are just being like liars when they say that this is a good thing, then that's, I alleged in the beginning that's a conspiratorial view. You said, no, that's not a conspiracy. I'm not claiming a conspiracy.
You can say someone's bad faith, not a part of a conspiracy. Like. Somebody can be a bad faith actor and not work for somebody. People have political agendas all the time. Again, it doesn't matter what an individual says. What matters is what's moral, what matters is what's just, and what matters is the facts on the ground.
Well, sure. I don't think there's anything immoral about creating a central banking system. Obviously, the purpose of it.
You don't believe the cronyism, you don't believe the trillions, not just in inflation, how much of it's gone to this nonsense. You don't believe that's immoral?
Well, I think no. It's a matter of intentions and effects, I guess, right? Like, I don't think that Ben Bernanke, when he started the quantitative easing, I don't think that
feel like they have to turn a Russia and China, and I wish we didn't have that. I'm against.
I don't think in Ben Bernanke's head he was saying, oh, I'm going to do quantitative easing because I want fat cats on Wall Street to make trillions of dollars or something like that. Now, we can disagree with the policy, but I don't think every time somebody implements a policy, they're like some corrupt individual. Sometimes they're just wrong, right? Like, I'm critical of quantitative easing myself, but it seems weird to be like,
That's
oh, yeah,
common
no, it's
fact.
just, it's...
I mean, yeah, there are exceptions to the rule. There are some good faith actors, but to deny the level of corruption, again, it's like there are some redeeming
Well, but
qualities.
something's not corrupt if the intent is genuine, right? Like, you can't.
Some
you can't,
individuals have genuine intent and some don't. I can't read people's minds. It doesn't matter.
Well, sure. I'm talking about Ben Bernanke, the head of the U.S.
Well, sure.
Federal
I don't
Reserve
know
during
enough about Ben
the time of quantitative
Bernanke.
easing starting.
I don't know that much about his biography. He could be an honest actor. He could not be. I just
Well,
don't
let's
know.
take Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell, who
I think Jerome
oversaw
Powell
the
and
entire
Janet
quantitative
Yellen
easing
are pretty bad.
program.
I believe they gave a lot of money to Wall Street and quantitative easing schemes. I believe they're pretty corrupt.
I don't have any reason to believe that, but I think you're saying they're corrupt because they did a thing you disagree with. It sounds like.
I'm saying it because the thing they disagreed with that helped a specific cronyist interest.
Yeah, but you argued for PPE loans, which help businesses and not people, right? So you have to make the argument that
I don't know. I don't know enough about PPP loans, but from what I've read about the subject, they did help keep small businesses afloat, which probably was a good thing for minimizing inflation given the lockdowns.
Right. And so someone like Janet Yellen or Jerome Powell or Ben Bernanke would say that there's some utilitarian purpose for putting money, basically swapping money out of the system, or swapping assets out of the system and money into the system for economic purpose. They wouldn't say like they're genuine. I think my view would be that their genuine opinion would just be, oh yeah, we thought that this would help the economy, basically.
Well, fair enough. But then at that point, how do you determine when somebody's being honest about their intentions and when somebody's lying about their intentions in order to hide their true intentions?
I mean, you'd have to engage in a pretty thorough investigation, I assume. I haven't heard of any evidence. I mean, there have been government scandals before about people being corrupt. I just haven't heard that with the U.S. Federal Reserve. Like, if you told me, like, Bob Menendez seems he's about to go to prison for taking bribes, right? It's like, well, there you go. That guy was corrupt. He was using his position to enrich himself and get people out of trouble who shouldn't have been out of trouble. Seems corrupt to me. Investigation was done. He's going to jail, right? I mean, that seems like pretty good process for determining someone's good or bad faith and whether they're corrupt or not.
Yeah, but somebody doesn't have to be convicted to be. There's a difference between violating corruption laws and just the general political or ethical idea of corruption, right? Somebody can have dual interests and at the same time not necessarily be breaking a law. I agree.
I don't see. There's no. You're just saying they're corrupt, though. You're not.
Don't
you're not,
matter.
You're saying,
Can I just ask one final question? Because I think you got to wrap this up. Just one final question.
Yeah.
This is just going to be a yes or no because I don't want to debate it too long. Yes or no, do you believe the proposition that if we had free banking instead of a Federal Reserve, we'd have a statistically lower rate of inflation over time? Yes or no?
I guess I don't know. I mean, you're when you say free banking, you mean basically just get rid of all government influence over interest rates?
Yeah, so basically move to sort of an Austrian theory free market system.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a caveat to my answer. I would say that over a long period of time, the amount of price increase would probably be lower. But the caveat to that is that I think we would see a similar situation that we saw before we had the central bank, which was whilst the aggregate level of the dollar's purchasing power remained fairly stable, you had huge swings of inflation and deflation all the time. So the actual volatility of the value of the dollar would go up. And that's not good for business, right?
Well,
so that's why
the
I would
reason I would
generally
disagree
be in
with
support
that,
of
if you want the genuine
central
reason I
bank.
would disagree with that, is because before we had the Federal Reserve, we didn't have free banking. But another thing we had, which I believe led to some of the crashes, were high tariff rates. I believe the problem was the high tariff rates led to too little foreign trade, and too little foreign trade didn't lead to enough stability in the markets. I don't believe it was necessarily a problem with the currency as much as it was, the government trying to protect native industry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe maybe a country will try out free banking and it'll work out pretty well. But I don't know. Doesn't seem to be super empirically validated, the idea of free banking. So I'm going to be pretty skeptical of it until we get some good evidence.
I mean, if that's all you have to say, is Sondsol still there?
Oh, I'm still here, buddy.
Sondsol is
Okay, is that everything you wanted?
We're gonna do a quick debate review about how that conversation just went. Once Econo Boy leaves. By the way, Econo Boy, how's it going?
It's going all right. We're about to kick off Live and Learn episode whatever episode we're on.
Ooh, exciting!
So that should be fun. You should react to it, Sonsol.
By the way, just to clarify, I may have said something misleading. I don't support BRICS, but I believe the reason BRICS exist is in retaliation to the Federal Reserve. I think both the Federal Reserve and BRICS are bad. I just believe there was a retaliatory move. But just to clarify, I've of course condemned Russia and China's economic activity in the global south.
Gotcha.
My guess would be that BRICS exists not because of the Federal Reserve, but because of general U.S. hegemony. Not really just like we don't like the U.S. Federal Reserve. That would be my assumption, but from what I've looked into, I don't think they're like, we got to do something about the U.S. Federal Reserve. I think it's more about U.S. soft power.
Specifically the currency and the debt that they feel global South countries have to America.
What?
I'm not sure what you're talking about there. All right, I'm just going to remain silent on that point then. All right, well, I'll talk to you later. Sondsol, Panda/King, I'll talk to you later. See you guys.
Catch you later, man. All right, we're going to do a quick debate review. All right, how do you think that conversation went?
Well, it was a little bit too hostile towards the center in beginning, but towards the end, it seems like we mostly came to an agreement on inflation, although I disagreed with his assessment of the boom-bust cycle. I believe he strawmanned my position a couple of times, but not intentionally.
Sure. Can you give me an example of the straw man of your position?
Well, the straw man, I believe, is he said that, like, I didn't believe inflation was complex, or that I basically believed like inflation was only caused by, or predominantly caused by government spending. When I also genuinely believe it's multifactorial, I just believe it's the main factor, and he could have been a little bit more careful in his wording.
Okay. So this is how
way,
that conversation just went. Okay. You engaged in the exact thing that I hate leftists for, where we can bring up like a statement of fact or the opinions of a bunch of people who are much more educated than, especially you, who hasn't even like gotten to the age where they can like go to college. All right. He would bring up a fact like, hey, there is, all of these, hundreds of thousands of economists from countries all over the world who have, different opinions.
The individuals are a fucking waste of time.
No,
it doesn't matter what any individual level
say.
credibility sets. What matters is what's
Congratulations. You've arrived at my position that I've told you 5 billion goddamn times. You've arrived at my position, which is I don't care what these individual people say. But instead of engaging with what he was saying, which you, hey, congratulations, literally never did. You never engaged with a single thing that he said. And I want you to sit with that for a second while I continue to explain to you.
I didn't do that, but...
Yes, you never engaged with a goddamn thing that he said. All right? And instead of engaging with the conceptual points that he brought up, remember that thing that I said about earlier, the conceptual versus just like accrual of knowledge, where like you have a lot of like knowledge on something that you've read, but you're not able to actually put that into practice, into any kind of, engagement with the reality on the ground.
You asked me what I disagree with Kamala Harris about. I told you what I disagree with her about.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. You're doing the other thing that I fucking hate that people do, where once you're presented with something that you know is true, you're going to immediately move off of that onto a different topic. So we're going to say
it's not a different topic. Earlier you asked me a specific question.
Directly, it is absolutely a different topic, because what were we just talking about? Your debate performance with
Econoboy. The reason I brought him in is for a specific purpose, to show you that you do not have any understanding beyond like the theory that you have read. But when it comes to the facts on the ground, the facts, straight facts, you're lost at sea. You're lost at sea. You did not engage with a single statement of fact that he brought up. Instead of, he didn't bring up any individual, right? He didn't bring up any individual.
Consensuses also don't matter.
Consensuses absolutely matter.
To what facts are, no. What
to what a broad understanding of what an academic, field is, then yeah, it does.
I don't care about what economists as a whole say.
You're right. You're right.
Economics.
No, you're right. You don't care. You don't care what economists say. You care what your economists say.
I don't care about what my economists say. I care about what's true.
You say what's true, and then you cite without explanation what your economists say.
No, I brought up the facts of free banking causing less inflation.
And then he brought up a direct counter to that.
He didn't bring up any counter to free banking having less inflation. He agreed with me. He agreed with me.
It's possible, but unfortunately for you, the fact remains that even though you have all of these theories, even though
he agreed with me, free banking causes less inflation. He said
you
himself.
Don't listen. You hear words. You listen to the words that are coming out of people's mouths, and then you completely change the meaning of those words, just like you did when you said that I said that you can't criticize DEI without being racist. You're not.
What did I misrepresent about what Econoboy said? He agreed with me in that specific fact I brought up.
I didn't say that you misrepresented. Do you recognize that literally every single response that you've given me for the past 10 minutes since Econoboy left has been a complete non sequitur to the criticism that I'm giving you?
It's not a non sequitur. What criticism do you have of me specifically?
That you were not engaging on any conceptual level. You repeated the same exact thing like 12 times. They were not your own original thoughts, or like synergizing like the information that you've brought and, putting that out into the world in a direct statement to what Econoboy said. Instead, you referred to Heidegger or whoever the fuck.
I didn't refer to Heidegger once in that.
Sorry, whatever economist you brought up, the Austrian.
I referred to the statistic of 97% of inflation. That's a statistic.
No, okay, hold on. Answer this or you're banned. Did you multiple times bring up an individual's name from the Austrian economist, philosophical side of things?
I did bring that up, but that wasn't the main part.
So why the fuck? Why the absolute fuck? When I just said what I said, did you refute? No, I didn't do that. Instead, I did this. It was another non sequitur response to what I just said. I said,
what you're saying is I didn't engage with any facts.
Yeah, you said the 97 number, and then he gave you an adequate explanation. The short and long of
it's
what
an
he said.
Explanation, but it doesn't disagree with the fact.
It was an alternative idea to what you were saying directly.
He did not disagree with me that the dollar has lost 97% of value.
He said that's not what the implication was. You know what? This is actually useless.
What do you mean? What implication? I'm just talking about what facts we agree on and what we disagree on.
You brought up. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Can you give me, besides the 97 number, can you give me any other facts that you brought up that he didn't directly address and then ask for a response to?
What do you mean address? He said he's fine with the inflation, or that it would still be caused by other factors. But he didn't disagree that the Federal Reserve was part of the factor.
No one has ever disagreed with you on that, you mongoloid fuck. Do you recognize that I've always said that, yes, printing money does increase inflation? Nobody has ever disagreed with you on that, you fat autistic fuck. Can you recognize that for 1 second?
Apologize for using that for calling.
You're right. I do apologize. That was out of line. I'm really fucking mad because you are expecting some level of decorum that is so unbelievably, so ungodly high for everyone to engage with you. But the second that someone is mean back, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why can't we stay civil here? Now, I want you to address what I fucking said. Can you name another statement of fact that was not based on theory, a statement of facts that you brought up to him that he did not have an answer for?
Well, I brought up the money giving to Wall Street and to banks, which he said probably wasn't cronyism, but that was too specific of an issue because we'd have to look more into.
So what your actual claim there was that there is cronyism, because no one's going to disagree that there is money that goes into Wall Street. It's Wall Street, right?
Yeah.
No one's going to disagree with that. The claim that you were actually making there was that there was cronyism.
Yeah.
And when he said, well, there are other like different things that could be going on there, like, like the way that our monetary system works, doesn't necessarily imply cronyism. What was your response to that?
I don't believe it's 100% cronyism, but it's certainly a factor.
Okay, so we're walking it back a little bit.
No, I'm clarifying it.
Okay, we're clarifying. So not 100% of it is cronyism. There's just some people that are cronies.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the people who currently sit on central banking and economics boards are influenced by the banking industry in an unhealthy and corrupt manner that prioritizes profits over people.
Okay, so can we think of an example, like one example of someone doing something that was corrupt in the federal
For
banking
example,
system? Like,
Janet Yellen doing quantitative easing with BlackRock.
Quantitative easing is not cronyism unless you can
BlackRock,
directly show some malfeasance. Can you point to what the malfeasance is?
Janet Yellen got monetary influence from BlackRock, and she gave them favors back in the form of quantitative easing.
Okay, so your claim is sure. So I'm engaging with it. So you're saying that due to quantitative easing, the quantitative easing coming out of COVID, that there was some nefarious, deal between Janet Yellen and BlackRock.
Yeah, or it was Janet Yellen. It was one of the Federal Reserve. I think it was Janet Yellen. It may have
it
been
was probably
Powell.
Janet Yellen. Can you give me an example of what action was nefarious? Oh, wait, who is this person in the? I'm another streamer who's talked to Panda before. I could join as well. Do you know who Non-Fawn is?
Yeah, I know who Non-Fawn is, but I don't. He's not going to add anything of value to the conversation.
Well, you said the exact same thing about me, but like here I am asking you specifics on the claims that you make, but you have no examples off the top of your head.
I'll give you an example. Can I link in Discord?
Yeah, shoot it to me in a DM.
BlackRock.
Non-Fawn. Let me have a couple of minutes here because I'm trying to prove a point to him, and then we'll bring you in. Just waiting on that link, buddy.
Okay. It's actually from a progressive outlet. It's from Fox.
A progressive outlet? It's from Fox?
Yeah. Vox. VOX.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Fox. I thought you were about to.
See? I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Wait.
Wait,
was
after
this?
this
I don't
point,
know
then
if
you
this is
come in.
the same thing I was talking about. This might have been about a different thing.
Oh, sure. Send it to me then.
Okay, never mind. This is. Maybe I had this wrong. So it said Yellen made about $1 million from Citi and hundreds of dollars from Citadel for speaking fees. So it's not BlackRock specifically, but it's this list of banks in which she got speaking fees for. I can DM it to you, but it's definitely related to what I was talking about.
Okay, so DM it to me. So the claim is that she got speaking engagements at these places that amounted to some amount of money.
There you go.
Okay, let's look at it. $7 million for giving speeches over 2 years. How big of a deal is that?
I would consider this to be, if not legal corruption, at least ethical corruption.
1 second. On New Year's Eve, the U.S. Office of Government and Ethics posted the financial disclosure forms submitted by the incoming Biden administration from Secretary of State nominee Antony Blinken, Director of National Intelligence pick Avril Haines, and Yellen. They covered the past 2 years of their activities. This was posted in 2021, before any of them were in office. It revealed that the former Federal Reserve Chair made more than $7 million in speaking fees over that time. So do you think that after someone is out of office...
Just 1 second, I'm taking a pee break.
Did he just say that he's taking a pee break?
Okay, so what were you about to
Okay,
ask?
so do you think, so if someone works at the Federal Reserve, are they forever barred from ever doing speaking engagements that pay them money?
I mean, it depends the context. It depends how high of a position. It depends where they're doing a speaking engagement. If you're talking about the director of the Federal Reserve, wait, just let me clarify.
I was just saying
If you're talking about the director
highest
and it's
person.
specifically at a banking institution like Citadel or Goldman Sachs, yes, I do believe that's for an example of corruption.
Okay, even though they weren't in office.
Even though they weren't in office, I do believe that it shows a level of impropriety that I don't expect from somebody who's not leading the national economy.
So after they were the leader in the national economy and they've left office, you think that after that, what sorts of jobs should they be able to get? How are they supposed to, like, what would you recommend they do to make money?
What are you asking me? Are you saying that she had...
Because you said that this is corruption. She is no longer not an elected official. She's no longer a governmental official. She's no longer working at the Federal Reserve. She's not involved in the government in any way, shape, or form anymore. Now she is a private citizen. And she went around and did speaking gigs. Can you tell me where the corruption is?
Well, the corruption is not that she... the corruption is that in office she could have done political favors for any of these banks and got paid back for it.
But you have no evidence of that. And this was how many years? How many
Federal
years after?
Reserve's head, when they retire, is speaking at banks. That's not a good look. I don't know how to say
Why?
that.
They are literally
I
the
don't
top
know.
economy.
Do you think most people, if you tell them the Federal Reserve Chair was getting $7 million for speaking at banks, that would not be a sign of corruption? You think they would say it's a good look?
You're right. You're right. If I said that, they probably would think that was a sign of corruption. But if I said someone who used to work in government is now doing speaking engagements for money, do you think that they would think that is corruption?
Yeah, if you ignore the context of
if you ignore the context of her no longer being in office, then yeah, this probably looks really fucking bad.
I said the former head of the Federal Reserve, not the current.
Yeah,
So
only after I read the article and realized that this was from before any of them were even in office.
I knew this was after she had.
So why the fuck is this corruption? What favors can she do for them?
I'm going to ask you this. If you told most people, the former head of the Federal Reserve spoke at banks and got $7 million, would they say that's corrupt? Yes or no? On
Probably no, because they're the former. They can't, like, do you think... Okay, here, let me ask you this. Let me ask you to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Do you think that Yellen had some plot with these different groups where, like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you some, it's 2008, 2009 right now. I'm going to give you some favors with some quantitative easing. And then in like 10 years, you invite me to give a speech so that I can get money so that you can pay me back for this?
I wouldn't put her above it, but I can't confirm it. But what I'm saying is, to most people, that would look corrupt.
Okay, yeah, if I laid out in 10 years after she was, doing what you think is such a bad thing, 10 years after
She was in office 10 years ago. She was
when they did the
before that.
quantitative easing, that would have been 2009, 2010. These records go back to 2019.
This isn't just quantitative easing of 2029. You know, the Federal Reserve engaged in quantitative easing even when there's not recession.
Oh, okay. So let's say 5 years after she was out of office.
Yeah, 5 years after, I could see a political favor.
I'm sorry.
deal.
Yeah, this is your brain fuck.
But I can't confirm the specific.
Yeah, but you can't confirm it, but you also have
I'm saying it
zero.
would appear corrupt. All I'm claiming is it would appear
Okay,
corrupt to the average American.
Oh, okay.
if you
So
polled them.
can I call Donald Trump a rapist? Can I call Donald Trump a corrupt politician because there is at least the appearance of impropriety? Can I say that the Supreme Court justices on the right that overturned Roe v. Wade and gave the president fucking God powers are probably corrupt because they have the appearance of corruption? Or would you contest me on those?
Do most Americans agree that Donald Trump is a rapist?
I think right now, yeah, they do because he's been fucking found
I haven't
liable
seen
for
that poll.
Oh, okay, cool. Anyways, so since you are very obviously a fucking incredibly heavy partisan hack who has no you can't even concede the fact.
By the way, I
that
think Republicans are corrupt as well. I believe a lot of Republicans work for
I don't
the
care
Federal
what you
Reserve.
fucking think because obviously whatever's going on in your brain is total fucking soup. I'm going to bring in this non-fawn guy.
I would never have Mitt Romney for president.
Well, good for you. What is that supposed to do for me?
I'm saying I criticize Republicans like I criticize Democrats. I'm against.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I said I hate Mitt Romney. Well, I don't hate Mitt Romney. On many issues, whether that's his support of gay marriage, whether that's his support of the Federal Reserve, I would be to the right of Mitt Romney.
Cool, good for you. Non-fun. You're gonna have to disconnect and then reconnect. I'll have to drag you back in. You didn't hit thumbs up on the rules, so I had to manually give you the roll.
I don't want to debate non-fun. I think we've had a productive conversation.
No, we haven't had a productive conversation. Every single fucking thing that you have said, we have had a direct response to, and then you just say, nuh-uh.
What? Okay, what question? Do you have any specific questions
I
about
asked
what I
you
said?
specifically, can you point towards any evidence that there is any malfeasance with the speaking engagements with Janet Yellen and Citibank Group?
Okay, I'm just going to ask you a yes or no question. This is a yes or no, and you're going to answer this honestly. Yes or no, if you took every American, told them the specific details of former federal, say, not works in government anymore, and she got money for singing injuries, do you think 50% and more, or 49% or and less would say?
I think a super majority would say, yeah, at that point, they're not corrupt because they can't engage with any more deals. You would have to find some proof, and then I would be on your side. Yeah, they're corrupt, but you have no proof. You have like not even, you're like 3 layers away from even an implication of impropriety. Anyways, non-fun, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I just have a question for Panda. Okay, I'm just super curious. Do you know what the loanable funds market is, buddy?
The loanable funds market.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Actually, don't know what that specific thing is.
Okay, great. Okay, so here's something interesting, by the way. Just so you know, the actual point of quantitative easing is that it shifts the loanable funds market to the right. It shifts the supply of loanable funds market, which is basically the money that can be lent out in the economy, to the right. Okay. Do you have any idea what that would do to the interest rate?
Would that increase the interest rate?
That would decrease the interest rate because the supply of loanable funds goes to the right. Banks have more money. People have more money that can be lent out and can be invested. Makes the real interest rate go down. Also, the real interest rate is the interest rate minus inflation.
The nominal interest rate.
So increasing the money supply also makes the real interest rate go down because inflation is going up. So that's the point of quantitative easing.
What does it do to the nominal interest rate? I'm just asking out of curiosity because I don't know what this loanable funds market thing is.
The nominal interest rate is affected mainly by what the Fed sets the federal funds rate at, right? But
well, to my understanding, when COVID happened, it all went down because they wanted to give more money. But what I'm saying is that I agree that had a stimulative effect, and I agree that may have marginally increased wages, but it increased inflation to an undoubtedly way too high degree, and there's no justification for it.
What do you mean there's no justification for it?
There's no logical syllogism you could provide for why we need to have, I don't want to say 95%. However much inflation there existed after COVID because of the Federal Reserve, however much of a factor that was, even if it was just 1%, however much was too much. Like, sure, we could have done some level of stimulus given we did a lockdown, but if I were in charge, I would not have done a lockdown to begin with. And after the fact we did the lockdown, we could have done much more targeted
What the
programs.
fuck does this have to do with the thing that he said?
Well, we're talking specifically about the loanable funds rate, which I was bringing up earlier, the quantitative easing that happened during COVID.
It's just so interesting to me that like you're talking about quantitative easing and you think it's like so corrupt, but you don't even understand what the actual point of it is. Like you don't know what the loanable funds market is.
I don't have to know every specific macro. I think the way it's been implemented,
It's like the main thing that like quantitative easing affects, like it. Like maybe
okay, and how is that
as you mentioned earlier, like you could prove corruption. It's just that like you should know what the point of quantitative easing is before you try to like automatically insinuate that there was some level of corruption. Just because an economist who proves he worked in government is now an economist who works in the private sector. Economists do get jobs in both the government and private sector. It's wild.
Where
I
I
know.
got the idea it's corrupt. If you know who Tom Woods or Bob Murphy or Dave Smith are, they were telling me about how the Federal Reserve basically spends the money, for Wall Street.
Well, if Dave Smith said it, it must be true.
But I'm saying that's where I didn't come up with this idea on my own.
Oh, I believe that.
But so how is that relevant to whether or not it's corrupt?
Well, it's just that like if you're commenting on something, whether or not you think it's corrupt, you should probably know what that thing is, and you should probably know what the intended effect is. Like
somebody can say what their intentions are, and somebody can use something, but that doesn't mean they actually
give money to Wall Street and make all the Wall Street investors rich or whatever. The intended effect is to give banks more money so the interest rate goes down.
Panda, you're right. Just because someone says something doesn't mean that it's necessarily like what they're actually thinking. But you know what? Because we don't have a mind reading, device, because we don't have anything like that, you know what we would normally look towards? We'd normally look towards some sort of evidence that there is some sort of impropriety, right? So like, let's say that someone says, I want to make everybody no longer poor, right? And they do a bunch of things saying, I want to make it to where people are no longer poor. Well, you can't say that they're automatically, corrupt because of that, because you don't have any evidence, right?
Well, yeah, but the evidence I was providing was
But if you were able to somehow
even the
show,
Vox article was saying it was potentially corrupt. The Vox article I linked was criticizing her for it. Maybe not outright saying it was corrupt, but that seemed
but here's the thing. You're like pointing towards their criticism. You don't even know what their criticism is because you found this link. You didn't know what the criticism was.
I did read it. I read the criticism was that after she had been the chair of the Federal Reserve, she got $7 million in speaking engagement. They didn't say outright it was corrupt, but that seemed to be what the author was implying.
So why is it corrupt to them? Without reading it, I want you to tell me right now. You said you read the article.
Reason it's corrupt.
Why did they say
I got was that she got the money from the speaking engagements as political curry because of the relationship between banks and the Federal Reserve.
No. The revelations renewed a debate about the so-called revolving door in politics and what public officials should be allowed to do once they're in the private sector.
Yes, between the Federal Reserve and now private banks because of the revolving door issue.
What is the revolving door issue?
Well, basically, the idea is when you go into politics, you might get put current with private institutions, and then when you go out of politics, you go into the corporate and private sector, which can lead to corrupt bureaucracy.
Corrupt bureaucracy?
Or basically, when you go...
Sure, I understand what you're trying to get at. That was just a test. I actually didn't think that you were going to be able to explain what the revolving door theory was. Here's the thing. What you're saying is that they did specific favors. Specific favors is different from the revolving door in politics thing.
They're related, but regardless,
they're
still
related, but they're not the same thing. You were making an accusation of specific wrongdoing, specific, like
you're missing the forest of the tree.
No, you can't appeal to you're getting caught up in the weeds or you're anything like that, missing the forest for the trees, because I don't have a tree to focus on. You only have the forest. You only have the forest. Because if I focus on a single tree, your entire fucking argument collapses.
No, you yourself would admit.
Did you just know Yumi?
You would admit yourself, I would imagine, for example, if a Republican went into the FDA and afterwards they went to an opioid thing, you can't prove it, but it's potentially for currying favor with the opioid company.
But I wouldn't make the claim that anybody there is corrupt until there was some amount of proof that I could point towards, because I recognize the reason that the revolving door in politics exists is because there are a lot of shared skills between something that someone in the FDA might do and something that someone at Pfizer might do. There are a lot of shared skills there. In the same way, someone that works for the Federal Reserve might have a lot of the shared qualities and skills as someone that works at Citibank Group, right? So if you're working in government, which generally speaking, by the way, if you don't know this, is a really shit fucking paying sector to go into, is the government, okay? So if after you work in the government, you get your name out there and then you go and work in Citigroup, it's probably because you're getting a lot more money there, and B, because you have the requisite skills to go there. That's a difficult problem that is really hard to solve. It's not just, oh, well, people are going from government and then working in the private sector, because there's literally not a single fucking thing, and you as a fucking libertarian hyper-capitalist should fucking recognize this, that there is nothing wrong with going from one job to another, right? Unless you can specifically prove some kind of malfeasance on the part of Anthony Blinken in this article, or fucking Janet Yellen, or anyone in the Fed that has done anything wrong or sold favors for quantitative easing, fucking whatever the fuck you're trying to accuse them of. Do you have a single lick of evidence whatsoever for any of the claims that you're making there?
Well, I can't provide evidence. It's the only reason she would have done a speaking engagement. What I'm saying is the general forest issue of money in politics and people getting favors from the private sector and giving them favors back while in office is potentially at play here, given the evidence of forgetting.
That's the forest. Now give me a tree to attack so that we can see if this is actually true.
I can't explain it to you.
You can't. No, the reason you can't explain it better is because you don't know anything about it. You have a broad narrative over an entire global fucking issue, mind you. A global fucking issue. That's what world banking is a global, that's what the world means, a worldwide issue. You have this broad idea of what is going on, but when we ask you for specifics on any of the things, you swap to something else, or you just say we're getting lost in the weeds. The weeds are what are important here, because we can't address the fucking forest if we don't look at the weeds. We can't even see a tree until we get rid of the kudzu plant of fucking misinformation and fucking crazy ideology that you have spread all over the forest. There is not even a forest to see because we can't address anything. Do you realize I've been trying to engage with a single part of your argument here the entire time? I've been asking you for a point that we could go down, and every time we go down that point, you walk it back and you say, well, I can't explain it to you any simpler. Yeah, you can't explain it to me any simpler. I understand what the fucking deep state is. Do you think I was asking you what the deep state was because I don't understand what the
I recognize it was a rhetorical question, which is why
it's a rhetorical question. It's to see what the fuck it is, because it is a nebulous, vague, stupid fucking term that has literally no goddamn meaning whatsoever.
But I hear people say it all the time.
But you hear people say it. You know what else I hear people say all the fucking time? I hear that people say that Joe Biden is like a serial rapist whose son went to Ukraine and stole a bunch of fucking... Shut the fuck up, I'm talking. Who has stolen a bunch of money from Ukraine and funneled money through China and is this big corrupt guy. But again... Same thing with you as those people, conservatives, by the way. The same thing is going on, where the second we try to drill down onto a single
Is conservative an insult?
Yes, in this context, it is.
Absolutely.
Because you motherfuckers do not have...
It's not just
you do not have
even progressives.
Yeah, and I'll shit on the progressives next, okay? But you're not a progressive, so I'm not going to use their fucking points on you, you dumb fucking retard. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Every single time I talk to one of you people, one of your ilk, a conservative of any stripe, shape, fucking color, creed, religion, color. I don't fucking give a fuck. Anytime I talk to a single one of you guys, the second we get into the weeds, you guys want to run away from the weeds because you don't actually have a single base, like a base fucking thought in reality. You have grand narratives in the same way. And here's where I'll shit on the fucking progressives. And this is where I'll shit on the fucking commies. And this is where I'll shit on all the fucking socialists and leftists. They have a broad, grand narrative of some big, bad, evil guy up, like he's ephemeral. And I can't really, it's the capitalist pigs, or it's the deep state, or it's those bankers, or it's the Jews. It's some grand conspiracy where there's one big, bad, evil thing that you can point towards, and it is ruining everything in society. And if you just had your special little fucking ideology implemented like instantly, everything would be fucking better. But unfortunately for you, you don't have a single fucking way to argue about that because you don't live in the same fucking reality as me. Because every single fucking thing of reality that I try to look up, I can't find any proof for what you're saying. I can't find any proof. And you, when I ask you for the proof, you say, well, you're missing the forest for the trees. Well, I know the fucking forest like the back of my hand, all right? Because it's like, all it is just green splotches. There's not much to fucking know there. Unfortunately, I can't focus on the trees because you won't give me a fucking tree to focus on.
What I'm saying, okay. You're right, there's a problem where your ideology isn't based in individual facts. When people talk about things
Wait,
like...
shut the fuck up. Repeat what you just said. I want to make sure that I misheard you.
It's wrong when people don't focus on individual facts at all.
You said due to my ideology?
No, you must have misheard me.
Okay. So it is wrong when people don't focus on specific facts. I agree with that. Continue.
But can I clarify? Because I've let you speak this far.
Yeah.
The clarification here is you and I live in America and speak the English language and can communicate. And sometimes when we communicate, we have to use heuristics. And sometimes we have to use analogies. And so when people talk about corruption or the deep state or when the left says American imperialism, these are all heuristics, and these heuristics are based on a specific grievance. Now, it can be right or wrong, right? When the left talks about Zionism, I think they're wrong. I think the heuristic of the Israelis are settlers are wrong. When libertarians say that, I'm not a libertarian. I disagree with most libertarians who are anti-Israel and pro-Palestine. But I recognize what their grievance is. I don't poo-poo them. I just focus on the heuristic.
No, instead you call them fucking like horrible fucking names and say like the reason that you got the first permaban in my channel that you said that like every Jewish person should be able to rape an Arab woman. Yeah, instead of, I understand why they're saying that thing. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't. You don't have like this high-minded fucking idea because you do the exact same thing as all the rest of us do. We all get into the emotional fucking aspect of things, but the difference between me and you is that like every single fucking thing that I argue about, like I read the full article before sending it to someone as part of my proof, okay? I actually know that like there's nothing that you're going to be able to send me right now, like even searching furiously, if I gave you 30 minutes, that would give me any proof that there was any malfeasance with Janet Yellen in the fucking
It doesn't have to
Fed.
be proof. It can be evidence. Evidence is not the same thing as proof. You can build up a case and still not get to the final
Yes, you can build up a
verdict.
case, but you haven't built any case.
The built-up case is the speaking engagement fees. That's not proof; it's evidence. It points to the
Sure.
direction.
Now the other part of the evidence that you would need to prove.
I didn't claim to prove.
No. You would have to prove. Sorry. I'm using the colloquial definition of fucking prove here. All right, sir. All right. The next piece of evidence that you would need to show that there is some sort of malfeasance is okay. So there are these speaking engagements. That's premise one. Premise two. She got these speaking engagements for some.
I believe, and this is just a hunch, but it is the hunch based on the speaking fees, that she likely, maybe not all of them, but maybe Goldman Sachs or Citadel, maybe one of the banks she spoke to during COVID or beforehand, she used her influence over the Federal Reserve to advocate for quantitative easing, and banks were like, thank you, and that's the revolving door.
So just like your stupid Austrian economic fucking ideology, everything that you're going off of is a hunch with no evidence. You have the fact that she spoke and the fact that she was a government employee. And those two facts hold on. Those two facts alone are enough for you to say something criminal happened here. That is,
I didn't say criminal corruption. I said ethical corruption. I said evidence, not proof. Evidence of ethical corruption. That's not the same as proof of criminal corruption.
Money, if you make a deal with someone for money, even if you're providing a service in like a speaking service, you say, well, I'll give you these, but in 5 years, you're going to give me, you know, a couple $100,000 for a speaking engagement. You would have to show that link. That would be compelling evidence.
But it can just be a wink, wink, nudge, nudge relationship. It doesn't have to be that specific of 5 years as evidence, not proof.
So you admit that, like, the circular logic here is...
I'm not saying proof. I said evidence.
Let me say what you're saying. You're saying she's doing speaking engagements. That's kind of fishy because she was a government employee. My hunch is that because she did these speaking engagements, I would assume the only reason that she could possibly have gotten those speaking engagements is if she promised some favors in some time span well beyond what a reasonable person would consider corrupt. Okay, like that.
I didn't say the only reason. I said it's potentially a factor.
Okay, then give me another reason.
Another reason could just be that she worked in the financial industry and these are industry executives and they appreciate her work. But I'm saying because of the general issue of money in politics,
what would
and
it take to change your mind on this?
If you could give us like evidence that she did not give any money during the quantitative easing to these specific banks, or that the specific managers of these banks didn't get any financial benefit from said quantitative easing, that would probably change my mind.
They're the largest banks in the fucking country, Panda.
Yeah, they're obviously going to get. I would assume all these banks got money.
Well, then exactly. So
exactly that proves your entire point that this was a complete malfeasance, complete fucking corruption. Janet Yellen sold her speaking spots so that these guys could get loans from the United States government. Loans, mind you, you dumb fucking retard.
With low interest rates.
With they paid the fucking money back.
Yeah, but it's still pretty good for their economic well-being. I don't think that's even debatable.
It's probably good for their economic well-being insofar as they didn't completely collapse. Yeah?
Yeah, they may have. I don't know about the specifics. I'm just really
so if you don't know about
also know Janet Yellen like worked in the private sector before she was ever like Fed chairman. Like I literally have textbooks that have chapters written by Janet Yellen.
Fair enough. And so maybe, I don't know, did she work in private banking before she became Federal Reserve? If she worked in private banking
I think so. I mean, like, she was an economist before she worked. I don't even think she was at the Federal Reserve ever.
Her former employer back.
Here,
but I don't know.
Hey, guess what? We can just like look her up right now. Look at this. Watch this. Janet Yellen, search. Let's go to her Wikipedia page.
I'm saying the framework is off. I'm not saying any individual fact is off.
Your framework, all roads lead to corruption.
No,
unless there is some specific thing that like shows that like in this person's private fucking life, they like. Do you need a written contract that shows
the framework that a populist commentator operates on and the framework you operate on? It's just essentially different. I just want you to know that.
I'm sorry, say it again. I was reading Janet Yellen's Wikipedia page because I'm probably
saying
get more
the framework
information
that
from this.
Somebody, especially if they're a populist commentator, left or right, operates on, and the framework you operate off on, maybe not the individual facts, but the framework is completely different. Maybe that's what
you know what my background is. I understand populism. I was Mr. Populism. I was a goddamn communist, okay?
I thought you said you're a socialist, not a communist.
They're kind of
I wouldn't consider
interchangeable,
Vosh a populist.
Vosh is... Are you retarded?
Populism is not a specific ideology. It's a rhetorical methodology.
It's not just rhetorical. It's like it's not an ideology per se. It's like an orientation of
Vosh
like
has defended Biden before. Nobody would consider Biden a populist. Almost nobody would consider Biden a populist.
Okay. That doesn't mean that
So,
he's not a
do you-
populist. Is Donald Trump a populist?
His rhetoric, like I would consider, Trump. I would consider Tucker Carlson. I would consider.
Yeah, you know what? Their rhetoric is populist. Unfortunately, they don't give a fuck about literally anyone who makes less than 100,000. No, I'm sorry.
I don't care.
That's for the
focusing on the rhetoric.
True.
I'm saying the framework of their coverage of issues is
Yes,
essentially
I
different.
understand their framework. What the fuck does that have to do with this? Do you think I don't understand
What
where
has
they're
to do
coming
with this
from?
is they would say probably.
Do you realize
like,
that the
this
reason
is
that I'm
an
no
example
longer
of
the
problem
reason
with
I'm no longer a
centralized government
populist,
power.
the reason I'm no longer a populist is because I got mind fucked by the populists into thinking about like there's government conspiracies with the corporations and they're selling out the American people. We just have to beat the elites and like the elites are doing everything wrong and like if just like normal people had more power. And then I like tried to defend those arguments in the marketplace of ideas, like the freedom of speech fucking country that we are. And guess what? People gave me better arguments that I couldn't argue against. I would give them arguments I couldn't fucking defend. I tried to research into it. I did the bad research method. I did the bad research method where I tried to find sources that agreed with me. And even those sources didn't make fucking sense after I looked at their arguments. It's because the populism fucking meme is dead and dying.
Fair enough, but what I'm saying is you don't understand. You don't have enough empathy to understand the argument.
You don't think I have? You're speaking to one of the soyest fucking loser like faggy boys in the entire world. I am a bisexual liberal former socialist who like is like the staunchest defender of trans people. You don't think I have fucking empathy? I sit here and I like.
You earlier said I was dumber than dirt. I want an apology for that.
No, I'm not going to apologize for calling you
God.
dumber than dirt. I apologize for the actually mean thing that I said, okay? But I do think that you're dumber than the fucking dirt. You're dumber than the worms in the dirt.
Well, then you're
and
just
the reason,
wrong.
and just because I'm mean to you after you fucking again, I'm going to reiterate this for a fucking year. I have been fucking guilt tripped. Okay, I've been guilt tripped for a man who has no empathy.
I'm not a man.
I'm talking about myself. I would never call you a man. For myself, a man who is being called unempathetic, to be so soy as to unban you fucking like 40 goddamn times and be, like moderately, like, let's be real. If it was, literally any other fucking left-wing streamer, they probably would be significantly crueler or just outright ban you and never fucking engage with any goddamn fucking thing that comes out of your insipid, vapid little mouth, okay? What you need to understand is this is not a lack of empathy. It is reaching the absolute fucking limit of my fucking patience with you.
By the way, you absolutely deserve to be shit on when you just can't behave like a normal person. The fact that I literally have Soundsol's video of him yelling at you, saying that he doesn't care about the things you're sending in chat, bookmarked because you do the exact same thing in my chat. The fact that like you literally are the exact same for both of us and we both yell at you the same way and you somehow still don't fucking learn, you deserve to be shit on for that. You deserve to be called dumb. Yes.
I don't want to sit here and bully you. I like there's like these little like glimpses, these little flashes of self-awareness and like being reasonable that I'm like, maybe he's kind of growing the fuck out of it. But in the past couple of months, you have gotten significantly worse. Significant. I miss the fucking Panda Man who was in my chat saying that all I wanted to, like, all you were saying in my chat was that like Jews should be able to rape Arabs. Now, every single fucking day, it's like 6 or 7 fucking paragraphs in a row about the fucking deep state Uncle Sam, COVID regime, neoliberal fascist fucking, like, you have gotten worse. You have gotten significantly fucking stupider. You have gained more knowledge on philosophy, but you have lost your ability to even engage on a basic fucking level on any of the ideas that you're now spouting out. You were significantly smarter the first 2 or 3 times we debated. Those were hard debates for me.
Okay, I admit that sometimes I use buzzwords because of the influences that I have, but the reason I used the
cut out when you said the what that you have?
Because of the commentators, pundits, and influences I have, I use certain buzzwords as heuristic.
Change like the way that you consume media, like the thing that I've told you to do a million fucking times when I've proven to you that Tucker Carlson knew that he was lying to his audience and continued to lie, and that's why he got fired from Fox News.
I don't even agree with Tucker on everything.
Right, but you
Like,
cite him.
Tucker-
Don't.
Why would you
use,
trust him in anything?
I agree with him a lot, but not on everything.
I don't want.
don't
No.
worship anybody.
You're not
I
listening.
disagree with
No,
almost everybody.
Shut up. You're not listening to the words I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're worshiping him and you agree with every single fucking thing that he says. You cite him as a source in my chat every single fucking day, as you do with Dave Smith, as you do with Noam Chomsky, as you do with all these other fucking people. And here's the thing. Every single one of those people, I have given you a reason to be skeptical of what they say, but you are wholly unskeptical of what side, the baseline beliefs that you have, you are wholly unskeptical of any person that talks about those things because they already agree with you. But for anything else, you are ultimately skeptical. Like the idea that like someone might have a job going around and speaking after being like an accomplished academic fucking economist who worked in the private sector before working in the government, just because she happened to work in the government at some point in time, years later, she got paid for multiple dozens, according to the fucking article that you sent me, dozens of speaking engagements. She got $7 million for. She didn't get $7 million for one speaking engagement. It was several. It was a lot of them. And she got paid a lot of money for those things over multiple years, like 2 years that they went back into. And for some reason, I'm the one who is like an ideologically fucking like captured loser who doesn't know anything because I don't have like the extreme like minutia of the ideas that fucking Hegel and Heidegger and Dostoevsky and all these people like. Meanwhile, you come at me calling me the retard in my fucking chat every single fucking day, saying that I'm an evil fucking person for the things that I believe in. Meanwhile, when we get into a voice call and I try to go into just one aspect of the fucking myriad of fucking retarded shit that you've said in voice and in chat today, you fucking crumble like dust, just like the fucking adventurous guy did with every single statement of fact that I gave him. Does this cause any cognitive dissonance in your brain that you want to resolve, or does it just like slide off of your back like fucking water slides off the back of a duck?
I mean, to clarify, there are some things I probably would be more careful on how I phrase. I should be careful to say I don't believe any specific individual like Janet Yellen is consciously doing corruption on a legal level, and I don't believe all of their intentions are corrupt. To clarify, the heuristic I'm using is that the government has. Okay.
Government bad.
I'll reel it back. I'll reel it back. Just let's move on in the conversation. The heuristic I'm using when I say corruption is the broad problem of government having too much influence over average people's lives and using that influence in many ways that benefit cronies' interest as opposed to the interest of average people. And I believe the interest of average people would be better served by a decentralized free market system. Is that clear enough of a heuristic?
Yeah,
and is that
I understand
clear
that heuristic, but unfortunately, that's not what you're going on about in my chat. You have this, like, first off, that's not even like a heuristic, I don't think. But like that aside, I understand what you're saying.
That is a heuristic. It's a shorthand for a broad concept that, when individually applied, can be misleading.
Okay,
but
do you recognize that like there has to be like some statement of fact somewhere in there? Like the heuristic, the heuristic doesn't work. The heuristic doesn't work if you can never point towards an example of the heuristic being correct.
The statistical fact I would say is that historically speaking, I don't want to relitigate the Federal Reserve issue. I'm not here to debate that. We've gone past that. We can agree to disagree for now.
No. I need a concession.
Stream.
I need a concession. I need you to say, I didn't know what the issue was with Janet Yellen. I don't have any evidence or proof that she has done anything illegal or unethical with her speaking engagements. Can you say that?
I retract what I said when I said she was definitively as an individual corrupt. I believe there's evidence to the effect, but I don't believe there's sufficient proof to label her, and it probably was too bad of a thing for me to say.
Okay, now let's broaden that. Can you think of a single person, a single one, besides Janet Yellen,
Are you talking about government corruption?
Yeah, of government corruption. I've got two
I mean,
off the top of my head.
Probably not. I have heard about Hunter Biden's family members having business dealings with Ukrainian oligarchs, but it's not an issue I've looked into enough to make any definitive statements on. So, and we've already had too long a conversation to focus too much on specifics.
Sure. Well, here's the thing. They neither had evidence nor proof for anything with the Biden family.
Just to clarify, when I cite specific people, I want you to know that I'm not saying that I agree with their position. I'm saying it's a bipartisan issue. It's like Noam Chomsky, Oliver Stone,
it's not
RFK
bipartisan.
Oh my God!
There's a difference.
I have to go.
Okay. Hey,
I have to add
Non-Von,
chapters to a YouTube video. I just
Yeah.
want to ask one really quick question.
I want to ask you a question after you ask
Panda.
that. Okay.
Well, Non-Von first. And then
You know,
Sondsol.
I'm just curious. Do you know anything about like Paul Manafort or like any of the Russian investigations into Trump's teams?
I do know that several of the members of the Trump administration were convicted for corrupt business dealings with the Turkish government and with the Russian government. I don't necessarily believe Russia is as big of a geopolitical adversary as some shitlibs make it out to be, and I'm using that as a joke. It's a meme. But I would have to look more in specific cases to see whether or not those convictions were warranted against those individuals. But yeah, I've looked briefly into them.
Some of them also got payments from China, I'm pretty sure. So there's that as well.
All right, Non-Fun, real quick. I might be streaming again tomorrow. Would you be down to have a quick conversation? I don't know very many YouTubers. All right, I'm not allowed.
Absolutely,
to.
yeah.
Do you stream on Twitch?
I stream like everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we talk, then we can't talk on Twitch because I'm banned. So.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. I can just not stream on Twitch for a little bit. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Talk to you later, buddy.
Yeah. Talk to you. Thanks.
Bye.
Hey, before we end this conversation, like maybe 10 minutes, do you have any last questions?
No, I think that we can rest it here because again, here's the problem. And as mean as I am to you in chat, okay, as mean as I am to you in chat, I'm actually really, really nice because I want to talk to you like this every single day. I want you to give me an example every single day, but I don't, okay? How many times do we have to point out that what you're saying is like either literally incorrect, never been tried, anything like that? How many times do we have to show
Never been tried is not the same as incorrect. And
well, right, I know. That's why I like put a comment in between those two things. I know that we don't have like text to speech.
I wouldn't even
right
say
now.
they're in the same category. I would say they're essentially separate categories. But anyway, so what's your question?
What will it take for you to like stop going down this conspiracy rabbit hole? And well, let's ask that. And then the second thing I'm going to say is probably going to be mean. So prepare yourself for that.
Okay. So what I would say is it's multifactorial because I have actually changed some of my positions recently, especially in light of the fact that so many libertarians and populist right people are so anti-Israel that I'm starting to distrust, and not just anti-Israel as in they don't want to, rape Arabs. Putting that aside, I mean, I genuinely believe they are repeating propaganda and false history, like Norm Finkelstein does. So I would say I'm trying to become more critical of some of the sources I take in, and that issue has eliminated it. In general, I just want to see more individuals on what you could say the non-fawn /Sondsol /lonerbox whatever /Destiny, this all cookie cutter, all basically believe 90% of the same things. Dylan Burns.
Do you realize that all the people that you watch, that's all the exact same thing for the other side? Y'all have the exact same thing going on. Where you
okay, whatever. But I'm saying I wish, broadly speaking, they would focus more on the forest of metaphysical ethics, epistemology, focus more on fundamental aspects of political philosophy that day-to-day politics are blown off, instead of just reading news articles, instead of like Destiny does reading Wikipedia articles, so they can actually know what they're talking about.
Do you think that do you think that if like literally anybody that okay.
Other than that, I would say I retract my earlier statement about you being retarded. I want you to know sometimes I say spicy things intentionally to trigger you because you've said some pretty nasty things in the past to me, and I want to get back at you. But in general, I don't believe you're a particularly dumb guy.
I don't
believe
even
you're
care that you call me a retard. I want you to understand that. Do you know how many people call me a retard on a regular basis in my
Well,
own
no, I just
Discord
wanted
that
to
are my
retract that
mods?
just to clarify for the audience.
Okay, what I want you to know is that like the reason that I fucking like despise every single time I see your name pop up in chat is the conspiracism, is the exact same cookie cutter, like I could type out right now the exact same thing that you have typed to me from memory. Because it's the exact same thing over and over and over without any engagement on literally
So what is
anything.
the exact same thing specifically? Just to ask, to clarify, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking.
What we really need to do is we need to abolish the Fed because the Uncle Sam regime of COVID lockdowns has forced the clot shot on everybody, giving them myocarditis and going after Trump in ridiculous ways when really the real corruption is through the capitalist, not capitalist, crony capitalist, deep state milieu of the American system as we have it because of the Federal Reserve.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. When I use a lot of terminology against the government that you believe implies threats that are not there, I should be more specific in my criticism.
No, you don't understand the criticism. The criticism is that it's meaningless. It's meaningless. You have not engaged in the substance of any of the things that you are saying as evidence.
It's meaningless because it's not pointing to a specific policy. It's using buzzwords.
Well, that's one reason why it's meaningless. But it's meaningless because you have no like basis for why you're saying the things that you're saying. You don't know.
Well, the basis is what I've heard from other people.
Yeah, but you criticize me for saying things.
I said I want to change that.
Okay, we'll change that and we'll see it next time. But like outside of that, there's nothing else to talk about. The problem that I have with you is the constant denigration of all these fucking left-wing people. When number one, do you know what the Wikipedia meme is with Destiny?
The
Just
Wikipedia
curious.
meme is that when he went on Lex Fridman's podcast, I don't believe you watched it that day, but basically he was doing 2 PhDs and he read a Wikipedia article about the history of Israel-Palestine instead of, having a degree or reading books.
Yeah. So what you're like dealing with is like literal. You're engaging with sophists who say that. I watched the streams where Destiny was researching. He first started off on Wikipedia articles whenever there was a new term that he didn't know, and then he would find references in there, and then he would go into original documents from the actual like 1948 war and before, and the 1967 war, and all the things that were said. He read the specific books and passages in books that were being referenced. He did more research than you have ever done in your entire life combined in like 3 months.
I don't disagree that he's well researched on Israel.
No, you do disagree because you said that he read a Wikipedia article and went to debate. So you do disagree.
Now that you have that clarifying information, which I didn't know beforehand, I retract that statement and say he was more well researched. I've actually done the same thing before with philosophy, where I go to say Wikipedia and then I go to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Then I go to like these analogs and quotations.
So like here's what I want to leave you with. Every single fucking thing, literally, including the Destiny point that you just made, including every single fucking thing that you've said about me, is you worshiping the aesthetic of knowledge like a Redditor that loves the intellectual dark web, like an actual Joe Rogan watcher. You like the idea of people looking and sounding smart, but when it comes to the substance of what they say, you're like, well, I'm not sure if I actually agree with that. Well, I guess I'll have to retract that because I don't have any evidence or proof. Like every single thing.
That's because I heard it from other people. You can't blame me.
Yes, I can blame you. Yes, I can, because you're saying that like I don't know anything, but through my like I don't even have to like hold on, shut the fuck up. Let me fucking. You're defending yourself instead of listening to the criticism. For me, I have the reason why I know that I'm confident in the things that I talk about, the reason why I know that I'm confident in the things that like we go over on stream is because I have a thought process that allows me to separate out like 90% of bullshit and then 10% of it, like maybe sometimes bullshit will slip through, but I have a very good thought process and a very good skepticism, not just for the opposite side, but for my own side. Before making any strong statements or believing anything, like for goddamn sure, okay, I have to make sure that what I'm going to say is not incorrect. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have a thought process.
Yeah, I understand what
you
you're
don't
saying.
have the thought process to actually critically engage with a goddamn thing that we have talked about on stream for the past fucking year.
I wouldn't say year. Maybe for the past couple of months, I've gone down a little bit too much of a conspiracy route with some of the media.
I'm so glad that you have the self-awareness to recognize that. I think on that, I'm probably going to dip.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
Just one final thing to wrap it up. If I agree to not use the words Uncle Sam for the next 5 or 10 streams, I'll never bring up the word Uncle Sam.
That's not what you're not giving the
but I'm
concession
just
that I
saying,
want.
this is not what I'm talking about. If I agree not to use any buzzwords, if I agree not to say Uncle Sam, not to say Nilo, not to say fashion, not to use any stupid, useless criticisms, and to only focus on substantive policy and not buzzwords that I don't understand, will you agree to apologize for calling me dumber than dirt?
If you're able to keep that up for some amount of time, I'm not going to remember how many streams it's been, but if you're able to keep it up for some amount of time, I will apologize. Unfortunately, I don't think you have it in you. The real concession I want out of you is, hey, I've been consuming some really fucking dumb fuck media that has completely rotted my fucking poor little 16-year-old brain. My media consumption is actually on track to ruin my life in terms of, future interpersonal relationships or, like
that's a bit much.
No,
interpersonally.
No,
I agree.
Because
it's
I
stupid.
know because the people that I know who used to be normal and have gone down this conspiracy rabbit hole have interpersonal relationships, parents who had children who said this sort of shit. Right? Who used to be normal conservatives and now they've gone down these conspiratorial rabbit holes. Their families, because of the insane rabidness in which conspiracy theorists believe these things, have ruined their family dynamic irreparably. So no, it is not a hyperbole to say like interpersonal relationships, but like that aside, it is going to hinder your ability to intake information going into like probably the most crucial academic years of your entire fucking life, going into college, because your thought process is going to be so muddied by the retarded fucking bullshit that you're watching on. I don't care if you're a conservative. A lot of my extreme closest, like some of my best friends in the entire world are literal conservatives, Republicans. Now, they might not be Trump supporters because they're too smart. They're literally just too smart to be Trump supporters. I'd probably still be friends with them if they're Trump supporters, just depending on how crazy they are. But they're conservatives. I don't care if you're a conservative, but have some grounding in reality. No criticism that you have levied against me has any bearing in reality or on anything that I've said that is incorrect. Instead, it has all been either theoretical things that because I don't know, automatically I'm not intelligent, and it's been just stuff that like when I prove that you are incorrect, you just like repeat it the next fucking stream.
I mean, yeah, I do believe some of the criticisms I leveled against you, I definitely retract. And the only thing I would say about ideology is just, I don't, maybe it's just because I haven't watched enough of your old streams. I don't know if you've had an actual epiphany in terms of, more, I guess you say, more philosophical end of political science, but I might be wrong. I just haven't seen enough.
It's because you were like 12 years old when those streams were happening.
Yeah, because again, I'm young, right?
Yeah.
You can't.
So if I keep on telling you that over and over and over and over.
Well, I believe you now, okay? But what the only final thing I would say is be critical of, just like you're critical of Ida and Simpson, just like you're critical of Fear Fang Adventures, just like you're critical of leftists, and just like you're critical of conservatives, just like you're critical of libertarians, be critical of the libs, right?
I am super critical of the libs. Unfortunately, the libs are just like more correct, like on like the factual basis. That's the fucking problem. I can't have a fucking conversation about like statements of fact with a conservative because none of the conservatives that like are willing to talk to me.
Conservatives, leftists or libertarians.
Leftists barely live in fucking reality, and libertarians, like I can usually get along with a libertarian. It's just like when it comes to like the rabid type of libertarian that you are, like it's really hard to have those conversations because you're more concerned about the theory, just like the fucking socialists. That's the
And,
problem I have with the
and by the way,
socialists. It's all theory.
like I said, you said to concede, I've been watching dumb content. I have been watching dumb content. I admit, Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith, a lot of the shit they say about corruption and about the vaccines, and not all of it, but quite a bit of it has, in light of recent evaluation, proven to be hyperbole or misrepresentations of fact. I just don't rule them out completely, but I wouldn't say they're reliable. If you want a more reliable conservative, probably actually just swore Ben Shapiro probably two more favorite ones. Right.
I don't even know what conservative commentator that I would like trust at this point. Like there was a point where
you said you trusted Dr. Justice Warrior.
I think that he's like extremely one-sided on like what he focuses on. It makes it kind of weird to like. I think that he's intelligent, but I don't know if I mean,
conservatives are going to focus on what conservatives believe, and liberals are going to focus on what liberals believe.
Yeah, but the problem is that conservatives believe crazy shit right now. They're not in reality. They don't live in the same reality. That's the problem. They have to defend a fucking rapist adulterer.
Trump is an adulterer, but he's not a rapist. He committed sexual harassment, but he hasn't been convicted of rape yet.
Because the statute of limitations passed, but they said that he was liable for the defamation against the woman who he raped for saying that she was lying about him raping her.
You just can't convict. He has, unless you can say he's convicted in a court of law, it's, again, hyperbole. You can say
it's
adultery.
not hyperbole. Just because someone doesn't get charged with something doesn't mean they didn't do it. If I rape someone and then 30 years later I say, yeah, you know what, I did rape that person, but nothing you can do about it because the statute of limitations is over. Well, now is it hyperbole to call me a rapist?
If you would say it in that blunt of terms, but I don't know.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If I raped someone 30 years ago, and then I won't admit that I've raped someone, but someone finds a bunch of evidence that all points towards this like 99% happening, and a jury of peers say like, yeah, you are liable
well, then
for
that's
this?
beyond a reasonable conviction. But at that point, I'd have to see enough evidence, and I have not
Well,
seen
that's what happened with, I literally just laid out exactly like beat for beat what happened with Trump.
If you have maybe an article from like Reuters or AP, I might look at it from my own time. My DMs are always open.
You can look this up yourself, okay? The problem is the conservatives have had to change their entire ideology. They've had to change their entire like moral
Conservatives
fiber.
have always mistrusted the government.
Let me finish.
Right, to be a conservative necessarily means...
No, you guys don't distrust government. You distrust government that disagrees with you. Because again, what I'm trying to say, you guys have completely changed what you believe should be like the moral fiber of America, the moral fiber of someone who is in office, in order to just suck the cock of Donald Trump until like the literal like end of his life, and then possibly past that, like if his family runs. Like he is literally just like the most disgusting fucking human being. Like of all the things that right wingers are right now obsessed with, you know, virtue and you know, like monogamy and you know, healthy eating,
Christian values.
Like none of these
things. I'm not a Christian.
Well, I'm sorry, Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah,
he doesn't fall into any of those things. He eats McDonald's every single fucking day because he thinks that regular kitchens are too disgusting. He thinks that he's cheated on his wife, or I'm sorry, he didn't just cheat on his wife. He cheated on all of his wives with multiple mistresses, fathered children who are illegitimate children. I'm pretty sure there's at least one story of him funding someone's abortion because he didn't want to be another like bastard
Trump's
father.
Personal life is not something I'm here to defend on a religious or ethical basis.
And
that's
yet,
not to say
you would have
having better policy than Joe Biden, right?
Menopause or Joe Biden?
Better policies than Joe Biden, in my opinion. But I'm not here to, because we've already gone too long to debate specific policies. You can support Trump and not agree with his personal life, just on a political level, right? You have to be able to separate a candidate from...
Then you cede all moral ground. You can never call anyone else evil because you are ceding all ground to do that.
Policy is more important than an individual cheating on their wife. I'm sorry. That's just always going to be
Okay, what about
true.
like literally all of the rest of it? Literally
I disagree
all of the rest of it.
for religious reasons. My understanding is most Orthodox rabbis would say if the abortion isn't to save the life of the mother, then that would be bad. Most Orthodox rabbis would say all Orthodox rabbis would say cheating on your wife is bad. These are all things from a religious and from an ethical perspective I disagree with. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is Donald Trump or Joe Biden, one of those two men is going to be in office come 2024. Or Kamala Harris, sorry. Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is going to be in office come 2024. I know for a fact that I will most certainly agree with more Trump's policies.
You can agree with his policies, but the thing that I keep on pointing out is if you're going to call anyone immoral for any of the actions, you cede all of that ground for supporting Trump.
That's like your opinion, bro.
No, it's literally like, do you think that like if someone is okay, if you're a moral person, do you think that you should support moral ends?
More ends, not necessarily, but they're bad individuals can lead to more ends.
Okay. So do you think that you can continue to impugn the moral character of someone else while defending
so
Donald
let me give you an
Trump?
example. During World War II, there were communists who supported America fighting against Nazi Germany. I despise communists, but at the same time, when they were fighting the Nazi Germany during World War II, that was based.
You don't understand. I don't think that you're going to understand. This is like wholly different than what I'm just saying. Okay, we're wrapping this up. You get the final word because I've been very, very mean.
I mean, not much other than that. I will say again, I concede some of the content I've consumed, I would change. So I think going forward, I would like to consume less Tucker Carlson, less Dave Smith. I'd like. I'm probably going to keep watching Joe Rogan's podcast just for the funs of it. But I'll probably, for the news, I'll probably look more into AP, Reuters, and Fox. But if you disagree with any of the sources, then okay.
I'd rather you watch any of them than any alternative media. All right. Catch you later, buddy. I'm going to have to eat dinner here soon. I can't believe Trump policies? Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get into that in the next couple of days. I think that tomorrow what I want to do is go into the project, or I'm sorry, the what is it that Trump tried to rebrand? Like he has his policies and then he didn't want to be associated with Project 26 or whatever. Project 2026. Anybody? No? Okay. Well, I'm probably going to end stream. I got food. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, maybe. If not tomorrow, then the next day. I don't have anything planned except for applying for jobs and streaming, et cetera, et cetera. So I expect you to be better faith with me, and if not, I'll call you on it. All right. Front yard, I accept these terms. If you do another soy out Redditor buzzword filled rant at me, you're permabanned. Bye, guys.